Ah, nice.
It's just was built into the local, it's a circumstantial.
All right, the time is now 5:01, and I'd like to call to order the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board meeting on Wednesday, May 24th, 2023. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Schaefer. Here. Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Present.
Commissioner Elper.
Present.
Commissioner Bene. President Forney.
Here.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I take a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye. I'm not sure exactly when is the best time to suggest that bring a motion from the table. Is this the best time? Yes, okay. On the agenda. And I'm sorry, I don't have the resolution number in front of me. Secretary Ringel, might you have it?
Yes, sorry. President Pro Tem Smith, President Forney, the resolution number is 2023-64.
I'd like to make a motion to bring that up from the table. It is the resolution regarding the water taxi, and I'd like to suspend the rules to be able to move that forward.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, is that a motion to suspend the rules?
Yes, that was what it was.
Second.
All those in favor?
A motion to suspend the rules requires a roll
Roll
call
call
vote.
vote.
Thank you.
Secretary Ringel, can you do a roll call vote for the motion to suspend the rules?
Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Elper.
Aye.
Commissioner Bene. President Forney.
Aye.
Vice President Smith.
Aye.
You have 6 ayes, 1 nay, 2 absent. Rules are suspended.
So it's been suspended to be able to bring that forward, so do we need to include that in the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair. I put it under old business, or Madam President, well, the rules are suspended to be a motion to add it to the agenda.
Thank you.
Yes, do that. And then it would be under old business.
I'd like to make a motion to put it on the agenda under old business, this resolution.
Second.
All those in favor? Do we need a roll call vote for this?
Is that unfinished business, not old business?
Thank you, I
Okay,
apologize.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'd like to make a point of information. The item that's being motioned to add to the agenda is 2023-64, since it wasn't stated in the motion itself.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And point of order, do we have a copy of that resolution before us somewhere?
Apologize, I do not have a copy, but we can probably get one
If we
Here
could
when we
get
get
one
to-
before we actually, if we're voting on it tonight, I'd
Right.
like to have a copy of
at
it.
old business, sorry.
President Pro Tem Smith, I believe you do have a copy.
Oh, do we?
I was
Oh, thank you.
informed that one was put at your desk.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The resolution is included.
I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on that item, please.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I would take a motion for approval of the minutes. Oh, wait, we got to go back to approve the agenda because we added an item. Yes or no? Point of parliamentary inquiry?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Yes. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I have moved that motion.
All right. Second.
Second.
Commissioner Musich, I see your light on, so.
Thank
Before we
you.
vote.
Before we vote on this, I'm wondering if I also need to be asking to have the agenda amended to include the item that's coming up out of committee this evening?
Oh, good point, thank you. Is that on your,
Yeah, 2023.
thank
Yeah.
you.
So we should go. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended, also to note to include Resolution 2023-105 if approved out of committee?
Second? Or I make that motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Now I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. There's no report of officers tonight, correct?
Right.
All right. Do we have any updates or reports from outside boards of commissions or committees? Commissioner Music.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I am serving as the board's appointee to the Minneapolis Institute of Arts. So I'm a trustee there this year. I was recently involved in their retreat for the year where we talked about how we can work together on identifying strategies for implementing their comprehensive plan and redesign of the museum itself. It's a real big lift. There's a lot of needs at that institution. As many of you are probably aware, it does sit on park land. It's immediately adjacent to a park that we do have master planned. And there will be opportunities for all of us to work together towards identifying strategies for implementing not only what they'd like to do in the building itself, but also the park improvements. So I think there's an opportunity for partnership there that we haven't had for a long time with that institution. And I don't have a ton of information to share with you all at this moment, but I did want to let you know that they are embarking on that work, and there will be opportunities for us to collaborate further with them on that. Thanks.
Awesome. President Forney?
Thank you, Pro Tem Smith. Yes, couple things. First of all, I did attend the Blue Line meeting, Corridor Management Committee, I think is what the name of it is. And we are having a presentation tonight about the anti-displacement report. I really look forward to this meeting or this discussion, from all of you, and hope that we can come away with taking a position in the policies that will be crafted by that body. Then also I wanted to make an appointment to, let me make sure I get it called. It's the Olson Memorial Highway, I hope I'm going to get this right, Policy Advisory Committee. They have requested that we make an appointment, and they requested actually that it would be a representative from that community, and so I am appointing Commissioner Thompson to that, and she has graciously said that she would be happy to do that, so that's my appointment.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Music.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. President Forney, is there a little bit more information about what that work entails for the board to understand? Will it have park impacts, or is it purely?
I'm going to ask Director Arvidsson to speak to that, since it is a new committee and has great potential, is my understanding, to the our parks.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Musich. Yes, the Minnesota Department of Transportation is re-envisioning Olson Highway. This is happening especially in light of the fact that the Blue Line Extension light rail, which you'll hear more about tonight, will not be traveling down Olson Highway. MnDOT still wants to rethink that trunk highway. So they've convened a project to do so. I've been serving on the Technical Advisory Committee, so kind of the staff committee for that. There's significant opportunities for us to think about connectivity between our parks and other north side amenities, and also to advocate according to our North Service Area Master Plan for better connections between parks and pedestrian and bicycle safety. And that project is establishing a policy advisory committee as well, which will be policymakers and electeds that will also help guide that project. So there's going to be a kind of a staff technical committee as well as the policy advisory committee. It's a multi-year design project, so construction is certainly not imminent, but it's an opportunity to revision that corridor, which now runs as a highway through the north side.
Excellent. And will we also have a member of forestry involved on an internal level with that, since there are a ton of experimental elms along that area that we had thought we were losing that thankfully now get to stay and flourish for many, many decades. So I just wanted to make sure that they'll have a voice in that as well.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Musich, the short answer is yes. Forestry won't sit on the TAC itself because it's a large time commitment and not always about forestry. But we did just recently convene a meeting with MnDOT project staff and myself and Craig Pincala from forestry to discuss kind of some baseline information. Forestry is going to be doing an up-to-the-minute tree assessment that's underway now so that there's good baseline data for as MnDOT starts to play with designs. So yes, forestry's involvement will be critical.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Exciting.
Council Rice?
Yes, Madam President, just a quick, hesitate to jump in. I know the agenda's busy. I passed out a green sheet that's a quick update on the legislative session. Less than 48 hours ago, the Minnesota legislature adjourned until next year. You'll be getting a report in 2 weeks on this from the legislative committee, but we did very, very well. Just a couple quick highlights. The local government aid formula increase that should result in about $800,000 additional in LGA in calendar year 2024. We have a big infusion coming in the next fiscal year, which starts July 1 of this year, of over $6 million to O&M, operation and maintenance, funding from the state. That's big. The lottery and lieu dollars are also increasing. Those have traditionally been used for capital purposes, but they can be used either for capital or operation maintenance. Numbers, we achieved an increase for the first time in 20 years in the percentage of lottery lieu dedication for not only us, but the other park systems. There's also great news on the capital side. The bonding bill passed Sunday. Included in that was almost $16 million in the bonding. It's actually $16.6 million in the bonding bill. We got to get that on the list. In addition, there was $9 million in one-time modernizing Metro Park dollars that will all be capital. That's 25.5 million, and the Met Council will match that with about 15.3 or 15.4 million, so it's 40 million for the metro area. The park system gets over 20% of that. For our projects, it's the biggest infusion in capital projects we've had for our regional system in years. There's also some money for Metro Parks EAB dollars in the state relief program. That will not be available for the neighborhood issue or the individual property owners. And we'll have to do some more investigating on that. Legacy dollars increased significantly because of sales tax increases in the last 2 years. Those dollars have traditionally also been allocated to capital projects, but they are available for certain operational aspects of the system. The MPRB's allocation over the biennium is up over $2 billion from the last time. And then lastly, on the youth employment number, we had been getting $175 million a year the last 2 years from the state for youth employment. That's now up to $750,000. On the backside, there's also LCCMR funding that's significant, $1.7 million. There's money from Lessard Sams, and the bonding dollars are referenced on the back, in that it's 16.62 with the Met Council match. In addition, we had $5.5 million for grants around Missing Link and $3.5 million for the new Cedar Riverside Recreation Center. Those last two appropriations won't complete either one of those projects. I'd call it as a down payment. There's still a long way to go for both of those projects to get done, but they're hugely important. And lastly, we're not able to get included directly in the public safety aid. It's $300 million. I think the Minneapolis share of it is approximately $14 million, but I don't see any reason why the park board could ask for some of those funds. So it's really I've been lobbying for the park board for 41 years, and I've watched the process for probably my whole life. This is the most transformative session in the last 50 years. And the park board, we're lucky to get these resources. Now I think it's incumbent on you as commissioners to actually put these dollars to the correct uses and produce something from it, rather than just either sit on it or not invest it wisely, or not take the money and have it turn into something really good. So there's a lot of opportunities, and that would start probably within weeks as far as getting these kids to work in the system. If you hire them. We told our legislators that we would do that, so it's going to be a lot of work for your staff to follow through on it, but I don't know what else to say. We got what we asked for, so we better do something with it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you and the team for your hard work. This is great news, so Commissioner Alper.
Thank you. I just had a quick follow-up question, and I'm hoping you can elaborate on this, perhaps via email. But really, I'm wondering how you mentioned a bunch of Metro Parks funding. I'm wondering how all the funding at the legislature impacts our regional trails in terms of capital and maintenance. And maybe you could send an email to all commissioners. But I want to know about the increases. Like, how much more are we getting?
Madam President, certainly we can do that, but you've already adopted a long-term capital project for the regional systems. You review that regularly, so I think you'd have to defer to the staff to give you the details on where those dollars would go, absent a change on your capital project.
No, I don't mean where the dollars would go. I mean, how much more is coming in specifically for our regional trail system? I'm curious how it impacts trails, is basically what I'm wondering.
So that's your
Thanks.
focus. I guess I'd probably rely on staff, but we did a baseline comparison from calendar on the sheet from 23 to 24. I mean, we can quantify that, and we will as the discussion goes forward.
Thank you. Secretary Ringo.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Alper, staff are starting to work on this. We're bringing a study item forward to you, and then be able to start talking through kind of what some of our recommendations are for how those dollars would be allocated into the capital program, as well as into operating funds in some cases, and then be asking for you to pass resolutions in some cases to update the CIP. So those will come before you. You will have full access to how that happens.
Thank you. Awesome. Moving right along. I know we have a time certain for open time. I don't know if we're going to have speakers at 5:30 or not, but can we have someone make a motion to do consent agenda, or if there are items that need to be pulled? Commissioner?
I'll move to move the consent agenda as is.
I would like to pull Resolution 2023-99 for like 2 questions around the asphalt contract.
I'll second the motion.
All right. All those in favor?
Okay, which motion are we seconding?
You moved a slate.
Thank you.
I seconded your motion.
Bingo.
Commissioner Schaefer then asked to have one item pulled. I have an item I'd also like to pull, which is why I have my light on.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I'd like to pull Resolution 2023-98 for discussion. Thanks.
All right. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, but approving, pulling items 2023-98, 2023-99 for further discussion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Where are we at? So can we have,
So we go back to
go back to 2023-98, Commissioner Musich? Do you
I'll
wanna-
move 2023-98.
I'll second that. I believe we've got Director Pilger here today to answer some questions if we have them on this item. So I'm sure you all read through the packet, but this is something new for us in the system. And so I'm just wondering if you could provide us with a brief verbal explanation of what's changing with the way that we're handling aggressive geese populations in the parks and the benefits we're hoping to see from this, and then what the communication strategy is going to be with the public, both in the space where it's happening as well as prior to when it occurs, so that people are not afraid that there are people with off-leash dogs harassing birds. Thanks.
Sure. So good evening, Commissioners. So yeah, we're very excited about this pilot project that we have coming up this summer at a couple of the beaches. And as all of you are probably aware, geese are a major contributing factor at the beaches to elevated levels of bacteria and nutrients, and that negatively impacts the water quality of our lakes and of our beaches. And they really love our beaches because they have these nice free, clear, open lines to the water, and they're kind of nicely landscaped in the area. And they don't have a lot of predators, so it's kind of a nice place for them to be. And we've been trying some different techniques over the years with trying to reduce goose populations. We've been doing a lot of research on best practices. We've been looking at things we could do on site as far as some physical barriers, and a lot of the things that are physical barriers with the geese are really barriers also to the people that are trying to use the water. So we've kind of taken a new direction in the last year or two, and we're going to implement this project, hopefully with your approval tonight, that's in front of you, with this group called Driven Wild. And it's a very small contract, but we need to enter into their services agreement because they have their own services agreement. And they use border collies to kind of harass and try to move the geese off of the beaches and off of the areas that they like to kind of loaf and congregate. And we have not used these kind of trained dogs before in this capacity, so this really is a pilot for us. So we're going to see how effective it is. We're going to see how well it's received by beach users, how poorly it's hopefully received by the geese that are there. And so we have a 9-week program that we're planning, and they're going to come out once a week for the first 4 or 5 weeks, and then we shift into 4 times a week for the next 4 or 5 weeks. And we're still working a little bit on determining the times a day that we're going to have them out. They suggest that we vary that time of day that they're out, that it's not always the same, to kind of continue to discourage them from being there. And it really just, it drives them away. They're not going to injure the geese. These are trained dogs. They're trained to herd, and we're trying to not make these places as inviting for the geese populations through this contract. We are also piloting another new procedure this summer where we have purchased these buoys that float in the water. And let me just back up for a minute, because the Driven Wild Border Collie control is only going to happen at 2 of our beaches, just so people are aware. One is the Worth Beach, which we have a really challenging problem with geese populations at, and another is one of the Badema-Casca beaches, and it's actually the Thomas Beach, and they really like that open grass kind of next to that beach. So we have that going on at 2 beaches, and then in a couple of the lakes, I know at Badema-Casca for sure, and I think maybe Harriet also, We are putting in this buoy that has a very low-level light that will do a very low-level flashing to discourage the geese from hanging out in the area. It's not intended to disturb any people. It is out in the water. We're going to see how effective that is or is not too. And we are still working with communications on our plans on promoting these. We are kind of excited about it. It's, you know, a less invasive method than some of the other things that we've used through the years. So we'll kind of see how it goes, and we can maybe share some information with all of you afterwards. We'll probably highlight it in some of our reports of officers or newsletters also, so you can hear more about it. And did you have another question that I didn't cover in that?
How we're going to be communicating on site, what's happening, so that people understand that they should not have their dogs off leash on beaches.
Well, and dogs technically should not be off leash on beaches because of our ordinances. So, you know, I don't know if we're going to have people out on site with these folks or when they're going to be out and time of day. So there's still a little bit under development. This doesn't start until July. But yeah, well, that'll be a good message for us to get out. And probably in stuff, we'll probably promote on the webpage. We'll do a Gov delivery. We'll create a communication plan about it. We've been working with communications for a number of years on our goose management programs and try to get some good messages out to people so they know we're trying to be proactive. And, you know, hopefully, we do in our water quality work unit every Monday morning. We're out sampling all the beaches for bacteria during the beach season and a week before and after, really kind of Memorial Day through Labor Day. And we do visual records of how much goose presence is there, a little bit of counting. We look at the presence of feces. So we will be able to do a little bit of a kind of qualitative assessment and maybe some quantitative too to see if we have any reductions in numbers. This isn't a scientific research project, it's more of a kind of in the field pilot.
Okay, well, anything we can do to visually demonstrate to people that what's occurring is something that's sanctioned and being done for a specific reason and that it should not be replicated on your own, I think would be very helpful. Because unfortunately, people see things and they think they can do that too if it's not real clear. So if we could find ways to communicate that visually, that'd be awesome.
Absolutely, thank you. That's a good suggestion. Okay.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Will the dogs, the border collies, are they big dogs and will they be on a dog leash or
won't-
do they walk around amongst the humans?
They will not be leashed because they'll be out running. I mean, their nature is to herd. They're a herding dog, the border collies are. And they're kind of a mid-sized dog, maybe a 40 to 50 pound dog. My dog is a lab. She's about 60 pounds, so they're a little smaller than that. Maybe 40 might even be heavier for them because they're pretty lean. But as part of it, you know, they're going to try to herd them away and herd them off the beaches.
So are they friendly to people, do you know? Like, so if there are young children present or folks who are afraid of dogs, like how does that interaction happen?
Well-
At least what they've experienced so far.
And I would have to ask them about that. They do talk about, they describe them as friendly dogs. They describe them as friendly to employees and people. I mean, they are working dogs when they're out there. And, you know, it's not intended to frighten any human beings. But anyway, I think we'd want to be intentional about having them kind of stay on their task and not take any risks with people interacting with them while they're working.
Okay, and will the organization that we're giving this contract to carry their own insurance? So in case there's a dog bite, will that liability fall on them or us?
They have their own insurance. We've been working through our finance department and our legal department to bring this contract through.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Mintz.
So the more that we talk about this, the more I get a little worried. So there's no liability for us if there's a dog bite, and we do. I mean, it's going to make it really not. People aren't going to want to go to the beach. So how often again?
They're just there once a day, and we would not be doing it during the kind of official beach hours, which are more of a 12 to 8. I mean, we're envisioning this as kind of an early morning, maybe late evening, depending on when those geese are out and congregating. So, and they'd be there for a very short period of time. They're not hanging out there for a day. A site visit costs us $40. So they're kind of in and out, trying to deter the geese from being there, trying to encourage them to go to other places.
And have we considered the liability around, like religious freedom? Because I know that in the Muslim community, I've had consistent concerns with wet dogs, so dogs near and even like touching them. And I'm a little concerned about whether or not a dog bite, but even like a dog touch, is there any sort of liability around like religious issues that could come up for that?
Commissioner Mins, can I just pause you just for a second, just because we have open time?
Oh,
Can we
yeah,
come back
sorry.
to this topic?
Sure.
Do you mind, Director? Thank you.
Sure.
It is 5:31, it's now open time. We have 7 speakers for open time, and I'm going to just quickly read the rules for open time, and then I'll call on folks. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of the open time board rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on our agenda, or can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling on people on the sign-up list only. Open time for public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes, with a time limit to be allotted by the president, or in this case, the president pro tem. Please watch the timer, which is located right behind us, to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate, and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. 2 types of items are not appropriate for open time. In order to protect the privacy of all individuals, those are any pending litigations and personnel issues. Please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issues. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone. So please ensure that all the comments that you make tonight comply with this policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. So only those signed up to speak may only speak for their own allotted amount of time. We will also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address as comfortable. And so, as I stated, there are 7 speakers. We'll give everyone 2 minutes here. And we'll start with Michael Flood, and then following Michael, Missy Parks. You may come up.
I did bring a handout for you. I don't know how to get it to you, but here's a handout. Great. Welcome, and thank you for your time. I appreciate the work you do as park commissioners. My name is Michael Flood. I'm a longtime resident of the Powderhorn Neighborhood Park, and I've emailed all of you individually over the last year about my concerns about the Powderhorn Park. I'm a family father of 3, and over the last decade, I've coached every level of soccer that Powderhorn offers. My kids have participated in the hockey programs, in the baseball programs, and our family is a huge fan of the opportunities offered by the parks. Which is why I'm speaking here tonight, because at the heart of each of our parks is a playing field, and the playing fields are currently in a state of crisis. And the combination of social unrest and drought conditions over the last 3 to 4 years have devastated our playing fields. The photographs I'm offering you from a distance don't look so terrible, except that the green you see is not grass, it is weeds. When you go down closer, most of the playing field area is either lightly covered in weeds or is dirt, and in some cases just sand. The soil that was there has actually blown away. So I'm speaking tonight to bring this to your attention and asking that you do something to protect this resource. I know you are approving contracts worth literally millions of dollars tonight to improve and create infrastructure for our parks. I ask that you also bring some attention and some financial resources to the maintenance, and in this case, the repair of the playing fields, which are at the heart of our parks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Missy Parks.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm an apartment dweller in the Dean neighborhood. My name is Missy Parks. I've begun my second year as a gardener in the Sioux Line Garden community. My purpose this evening is to speak about the garden and the proposed bike ramp that runs through it. The Sioux Line Community Gardens provides a special recreational experience. Its diversity is a delight. Our orientation this year was conducted in 2 languages. Residents from multiple Minneapolis neighborhoods garden and farm there. The gardeners are multi-generational. I enjoy tending my plot with my 2 20-something-year-old children, both who live in the Lindale neighborhood. Last year, we shared a plot with a family from Whittier and their 5-year-old son. The harvest from our 5x10 space was an abundance of produce that we shared regularly with the food shelf. I bike to the garden, and I see others walk to and bike to and through the gardens regularly. The planned bike ramp seems illogical and would undermine the fundamental nature and character of the gardens. The current bike plan calls for the elimination of 1/3 of the plots, including my own, creating unsafe conditions for people and risking toxicity to the remaining gardens. I spoke with neighbors at the Lindale Community Day last year, including bike enthusiasts and a person dependent on a wheelchair. They all asked that we protect the garden and signed a petition that asks this board to consider alternatives. There are alternative plans, including the south side ramp, and I know others have presented about this, so I'm not going into detail about that. So I'm just asking, please don't pave over the Sioux Line Community Gardens. Maintaining, even expanding the number of plots in the garden feels aligned with this board's purpose to permanently preserve, protect, maintain, improve, and enhance. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Tom Evers, and then Myra Barrett.
Hi, my name is Tom Evers. 6 years ago, I became a Hennepin County Master Gardener, and when I joined that program, I quickly learned that we do our best work when we collaborate with others. So I contacted Jeff Carlson, youth coordinator at Whittier Elementary, which is just 1.5 blocks away from the Sioux Line Garden. I'm happy to say that this is the 3rd year Sioux Line and Master Gardeners have led youth education line. Over the course of a week in the spring and again a week in the fall, a 4th or 5th grade class walks to the garden each day. Hundreds of students have participated in these events. I was there this past Monday. The kids were taught how to plant and learned about seeds. They planted their own strawberry patch and flowers for pollinators in their own Sioux Line plot. They learned about composting and talked with Sioux Line gardeners who spoke about their own gardens and what they like to grow and why. Other days this week, the kids will be planting peppers, tomatoes, and other crops. Whittier is a neighborhood school. Several of the kids pointed to a nearby building and said to me, "I live there." And they are encouraged to bring their friends and families to Sioux Line. These days at Sioux Line have been an incredibly rewarding experience for all participants, the kids, the teachers, master gardeners, and the Sioux Line gardeners also. A garden takes many years to establish, and it's never really done. The connections and partnerships that create a community also take years to build. But it's shocking and humbling to know that many years of work can all be undone by a bulldozer in just a few days. I'm convinced there is another option for the county that achieves their goals, an option that builds and creates and doesn't destroy. But to get to that option, you must reject this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Myra Barrett, and then Andrew Timperty.
Hello, my name is Myra Burnett. Thank you so much for allowing me the space to speak here today. I just want to take a minute to tell you a little bit about my path, because I strongly believe that you all need to hear some input from local musicians on why we do not want busking to be permitted under a paywall in Minneapolis public parks. And from discussions with many local musicians, I feel like there's been a very strong consensus that this is something that we do not want, and I challenge you to find one local musician in town who is in support of this. I've been a full-time professional musician in Minneapolis for about 6 years. I lead a group called Miss Myra and the Moonshiners. I've been lucky enough to play with national acts as well on guitar. And it turns out that being a musician is not always a stable job, and at various points in my career, I have completely depended on the revenue from busking as a means to help pay groceries or to make rent. And I'm aware of my privilege. I did not grow up with wealth. I'm aware as a white woman that I have resources or access to resources that other folks don't. Folks of color, folks who do not have access to stable housing, those who've had less socioeconomic opportunities than I've had. And these are the folks that you'll be hurting the most in your move to make busking permitted under a paywall in public parks. The nature of street performing is spontaneous, it's ephemeral, and it often arises out of need. And if you're homeless and without access to internet connection, you're not going to be able to find how am I going to apply for this permit, much less how can I pay that $40 when you're literally just busking to make money for food. And if you enforce permitted busking in public parks, you are directly calling for more police confrontation with buskers. Can you please ask yourselves, is this something that you really want? And if it says, like on your website, quote, that the Parks and Rec Board truly recognize, here's where the quote starts, the life, color, and interest that street performers or buskers bring to public space, then why not show commitment to that statement by actively encouraging busking culture instead of discouraging it with unwanted restrictions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Myra. Andrew?
Hello, I'm Andrew Temperante. Thanks for having me. Piggyback a bit on what Myra said, I'm also here to discuss the busking permit. I have a friend who's a lot older than me. He's on a fixed income, Social Security, no internet. He probably doesn't even know there's an existence of a busking permit, and even when I've offered him paid music gigs in the past, he gets really nervous about losing his Social Security. That type of bureaucracy is the type of thing that would scare someone like him away. I've yet to understand why there is the need for a permit. It just seems like unnecessary bureaucracy. And so without really understanding good reason why it's there, I would just like to address a few things that buskers already deal with. Money in a town this size too it's not great, but you know, you're out there, you're risking your time. If it's raining, you can't go out. If you go out and it starts raining, you can't go out. You have to deal with a lot of things just being out on the street. You're very vulnerable. You have an instrument, you have your case open. Sometimes you're met with aggression or various issues with folks who are maybe struggling, and maybe they want to steal your money to get some food. And then on the flip side of that, I think there's really positive things with that. Like a lot of times we're kind of a extra eyes and ears on the street, a bit of a liaison. When I'm out there playing, I interact with all sorts of people who are experiencing mental health problems, who are maybe just lonely and want to talk. And buskers are kind of this good in-between ground of they're kind of just sitting out there with these people all day and can kind of just acknowledge them and let them know they're seen, give them some water, something like that. So yeah, that's about all I have to say. There's a lot of struggles already out there with hindrances to busking and a lot of positive things that they bring to the table. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. We'll have Dan Turpin.
Hello, my name is Dan Turpinning. Thanks for letting me speak. I spoke about a month ago, so I want to focus on the fee, the $40 fee. And what I want to say is that, you know, Myra here and Drew and Nathan, they're all professional musicians. And normally, you don't charge professionals who are volunteering to help for the betterment of society and in their profession. But I think that also holds true even with hobbyists, you know, who are out there. You know, we're out there trying to improve the city, when we do this and creating beauty. And to charge us a fee is wrong, I think, and it's really, frankly, kind of insulting for musicians. And and I also feel like the $40 fee added between the few musicians who are going to pay it and be out there, I can't imagine this is going to really add up to anything substantial for the city. And I certainly don't think it's worth the antagonism that it's going to create to charge it. Okay, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Berry.
Hi, my name is Nathan. Dan was just mentioning me. I am a homeowner in the Powderhorn neighborhood through the Land Trust. I'm a professional musician. I spent the last months of my life in New Orleans seeing the value that street performing can bring to a city. So I would encourage you not to construct this barrier, this also, as Myra mentioned, inherently inequitable barrier to a positive thing from the city. You're not going to make more money off, like what, 5 of us are going to buy that permit, pay $200, and then you're going to pay a white supremacist from Minnetonka in a blue uniform $150 an hour to enforce it. You're going to lose money. Anyway, that's what I got. The permit is bad, busking is good, let it flow.
Thank you. That would conclude all of our speakers for open time. Thank you guys for sharing. Appreciate it. Commissioner Menz, you were in the midst of.
Yeah, I was just asking about any sort of religious liability that we could have from that.
Madam President, Commissioner Mentz's question, the agreement would put the liability on the owner of the contractor with the dogs. I'm not familiar with any cases in that area. I think, as Ms. Pilger said, they're responsible for managing the geese at times under their discretion, but it would be not during the peak activities. And that's we've had. I can't recall. I don't think we've had dogs do it before. We've had others. We've tried other things to manage geese up at the Camden Pool. Different techniques, so.
If we could just make sure that the company is aware of that, like, religious difference, and if they see a large population of folks who, that if they release dogs, it's going to be traumatic to those individuals, even if the dogs don't do anything to them. So I just want that to be acknowledged and sort of presented to the company.
Yes, absolutely, we can do that too. And it is only 2 dogs, so there won't be a large presence, and they are very well trained. They'll be wearing their service vests, so they'll be visible to folks. I mean, it's just like when people are in a grocery store or an airport or wherever. We've all seen service dogs out in our parks and places, but we will definitely pass that message along. They have worked in some other public settings. They've worked at schools, actually. They've worked at parks, they've worked for universities, and if any of you are interested, there is more information on their website, which is part of their piece in the packet, but I will definitely pass the message along that they need to be aware of people's sensitivities to dogs, especially with religious groups and that contact. So, are there any other questions while I'm at the podium?
All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll move forward with resolution number 2023-99.
I believe we have to vote on the item that's before us.
Oh, just kidding. Just making sure everybody's awake in here. Can I have a motion to approve resolution 2023-98?
We have, it's moved and seconded, we just need to vote.
All right, all those in favor, thank you, Stephanie, Commissioner Musich. All those in favor of resolution 2023-98, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Abstentions? All right. Moving right along. Resolution 2023-99, Commissioner.
Yes, I make a motion to move resolution 2023-99.
Second.
All right. I believe you wanted to have some discussion? or-
Yes, I had a couple of questions for whoever would be able to answer these. I was reading through the packet and said about this would provide about 25,000 square feet of repair annually.
Correct.
Which is about 5 miles. How many miles of trail, remind me? I think it's around 100 regional trails. And do you think from an asset management perspective that this 5% repair ratio is adequate?
Yeah, so the interesting thing about asphalt or infrared repair is we're not going to be repairing large sections at once. So it's very small patches. So you're patching 5 square feet, 10 square feet at a time, and it's really meant to address acute issues in the trail. So not kind of large trail segments, but really small individual trail segments where most of the trail is still good, but what we're trying to do is patch like horizontal cracks. Riding the regional trail is just hitting those bumps, right, every 20 feet. That's what this infrared repair is looking at patching.
Did you think that was adequate?
Yeah, so we started this project in 2021 as a pilot, and we continued it and scaled it last year in 2022, and now we're kind of moving forward with it in 2023. So we believe that it is adequate. When you look we did some other projects of what we call full depth replacement of asphalt trails, about 800 feet of trail. Linear feet of trail is about $16,000. So I could do the quick math, but it is, when we can actually essentially reuse the existing trails that we have in place and patch the issues that are there, we believe that this is by far the most strategic and good use of those dollars.
Great, thank you. And how are those repair sections or cracks identified or chosen?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we went through a process with the vendor that we worked with last year, who actually eventually won the bid that we're considering today. And they go out and they review each section. So we did a training essentially with them to say, this is what we're looking at repairing, this is what we want to do. So we set them up with a GIS app. They go out and they collect each single location. They take a picture of it. They tell us how many square feet it's going to take to fix it. They tell us what the issue is. And then in our office, we kind of ingest those and say, yep, that looks like one that we do want to do. We approve it, and then they complete them. So we'll do the same process this year. We make some adjustments to that. So we'll say, hey, you're selecting a lot of these, or you're missing some that we would like to do, or you're selecting some that we wouldn't like to do, and then they'll modify that. But we do go through kind of a pretty stringent approval process.
Right, and they look at the whole mileage every season.
So what we've done is we've looked at specific sections or specific areas of the park. So we're looking. So last year we did Lake Harriet, both the bike trail and the pedestrian trail, sections of Bedea-Bakaska, sections of Cedar Trail. So they are physically walking the trail and looking at each section as they go along. So we'll continue to move throughout the system, kind of section by section, mile by mile, both looking at bike and regional trails.
Okay. I really think trails, and we all know this, between trails and mowing and maybe geese, I don't know, maybe throw that in there. I mean, I think these are the touch points that people have with our system, right? So the more we can invest in these simple things like this, I think really helps that concern that we hear often around. And then the other question is, what does success look like in this work, and how do you measure that with this particular contractor?
Yeah, so success, we do a review process on every single one of our, I'll even start even a little bit earlier. Within the specifications, we've laid out, this is, we think, one of the first kind of specifications that's like this around trail repair, specific parameters in which they have to meet to ensure that the patch that they are doing and completing is going to be smooth and rideable and a better experience than it was previously. So it's essentially looking at lips within the trail, laying down a level over that patch to ensure that we're not creating another hump in the trail, we're not doing that. So success is really those quantifiable characteristics that we lay out at the start of their contract to ensure that we're holding them to that. And then from a broader picture perspective, I think looking at what success is, we've heard, one of the things that I did last year was put up board in my office of all of the positive responses that we got to the infrared asphalt repair, and it is 10 times the amount of any other positive response I've gotten to any of the work we've done. So literally like 40 emails that I've taped up on my office wall. So kind of a less of a quantifiable thing, but we've heard very, very positively about this work from residents.
So no seasonal, like, they inspect it at the end, but there's no guarantee for one season or guarantee for 2 seasons in this particular application?
Yeah, so we don't have a specific guarantee to this. So what we wanted to do was pilot this, see how the patches went, and then ensure that we wanted to go forward. So this process they've been doing for years on asphalt, and it's a proven asphalt repair process. So we don't have a specific warranty built into the contract itself, but what we do, we've done this, and we did this last year with some work. We will go back, and if patches are failing, we did have one that because of water sending in it right after the next year, the patch failed, and they came back and repaired it for us.
Okay. Thank you. That's really encouraging. I don't know if Director Evenson had something to add.
Thank you, Commissioners Schaefer and Chris. I just wanted to make sure that to kind of clarify that the funding is for the patching part of our life cycle program, and it's not fully funding our life cycle program, but the whole program. So just wanted to clarify that. So.
And I guess one additional question, and that's my last one, is how long, if you're targeting sections, does it take you to get through our complete regional trails? Because I think that is an issue. Is it only a quarter? Is it a third? Is it 10%?
Yeah, we're targeting a 30-year life cycle currently. Chris, I don't know, you probably could clarify that a little bit more, but.
Because they're not looking at all the trails every year to patch all the trails every year. You're taking it by section. What's the rotation annually?
Yeah, so we believe with this contract, we'll be able to get through the entire system. We're looking.
4 years?
Yeah,
Okay.
Kind of 5 years, considering that we did do a significant amount of work last year using this process. So our goal is to get through the entire system by the end of 2026.
Okay.
Yep. So the hope would be that every single trail is touched with this process, and we're caught up with some of those very acute damage within the trails. And as Director Evenson said, then it's almost we're going to be doing it, but then thinking about life cycle maintenance and some of those preventative maintenance. This is essentially deferred maintenance and catching up the condition of our trails in some of the worst acute conditions.
Well, and maybe an opportunity to really work with some strong partners that get some expertise with us. I mean, it was really exciting to see the differential in the bids, and so thank you for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Vote on resolution 2023-99. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right, that passes. Moving right along, do we have someone from the planning committee?
Yes, I would like to move Resolution 2023-97, resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for Broadway Street Northeast pedestrian improvements project adjacent to and within Logan Park and Beltrami Park.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes. Moving right along. Opposed? I apologize. I heard all those ayes and I was ready to go. No opposed. All right, moving right along. Admin and Finance.
Yeah, on behalf of Admin Finance Committee, I'd love to move Resolution 2023-89. I'll read the whole thing here. Resolution directing the temporary delay of levying property assessments for the costs associated with removing trees infested with emerald ash borer, EAB, on private property until October 4th, 2023, to allow time for a funding solution to be established for residents in need in Minneapolis through means of a third party, and to continue to identify EIB-infested trees on private property as a measure of public health, and empowering staff to work with local organizations, including the City of Minneapolis, Hennepin County, State of Minnesota, and other organizations who help provide assistance for homeownership fees to address this issue during this period in Minneapolis, and directing staff to report back to the board on August 2nd and October 4th, 2023.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Do we need any discussion on that?
Discussion on this item.
President Pro Tem.
Yep, Commissioner Thompson, I think you might have been first.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I just wanted to clarify, because I don't believe Director Wiseman was here before, or just in general of, we're allowing time for funding solutions, and I know that some work with city partners was only learned about recently, and my concern was just about residents and understanding their obligations still potentially could fall on them. Do we have any idea of how we might implement this in the community, and then also what financial impacts? Have we clarified that at all? I just wanted to be clear. Thank you so much, Director Reisman.
Good evening, President Pro Tem Smith and Co-Chair Thompson. So the financial impact to property owners is the same with the October 4th date than it is right now. I specifically recommended the October 4th date because that, by ordinance, allows me enough time to do the assessment in 2023 if we are prepared to do that. On October 4th, this board would need to make a decision if they wanted to delay it even further. And if they did delay it to 2024, then the property owners would accrue an additional year of interest. With this resolution as it's written, Finance will be sending out billing letters to property owners who have had their trees removed so that they can pay them. There's a lot of property owners that have the ability to pay, so we don't want to stop billing. We will include additional information in that billing letter for those property owners that are having financial difficulty, and tell them, you know, what work we're doing. We're also working with communications and marketing on how to get this information out to the community if this board passes this resolution tonight.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question that just came to my mind as you were talking. So it's a sort of a time certain in these presentations on the 2nd and on the 4th of October. Is there content to the purpose of those right now, or is that just sort of an update in general? I'm curious why we had those dates picked. You already established the dates, what the content would be.
President Pro Tem Smith and Co-Chair Thompson, those would be updates where we would be able to bring information to the board on the conversations that have been happening at the state level, as well as with city, and with potentially finding funding sources that would be available for people. And so the August 2nd and the October 4th would be updates where we're hopefully able to show that there's some progress in this.
And I would assume then, implicit in that on the 4th of October, we would likely either, it would just terminate, or we would vote to renew something to that idea? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I believe that's all I have. Thanks.
President Forney.
Thank you. What I've been hearing is that, and I think that lobbyists, I spoke to it and everything, I don't believe that I'm aware of any funding that is evident, and in particular, if there's any funding that is retroactive. Does anybody have any hint to that?
I don't know that update. I just got off the plane. I was at the GFOA conference in Portland, and so I'm not fully up to date on what happened with Minnesota Relief. So here's Jeremy.
Good evening, Commissioners. My understanding is that, no, the relief money did not include language for retroactive or reimbursement that's already, for costs already incurred. So, to my knowledge, there is nothing, there's still, we are still yet to find funding to pay folks that have already incurred the costs and remove the trees.
And it's my understanding that any of these funding that maybe even next year happen are not retroactive. Is that correct? And maybe lobbyist Rice has a better understanding of that?
Madam President, or President Pro Tem and Commissioner Forney, we did work hard this session to see if we could find some funds and gave language to our legislative delegation. They're aware of the problem, but we were not successful in getting a set aside to help with low-income homeowners or other property owners to deal with these assessments. There are dollars for EAB relief and refunding. I think that's going to we're going to have to see how the rules play out, but as far as a means to provide public assistance to private property owners to remove diseased trees, we were not successful. We'll continue to research the issue and see what we can do, but we did not succeed in that endeavor.
Thank you. And I guess I'm terribly concerned about this resolution. I don't want to give out false hopes to people, and I feel that that's what it's there. Everything that I have been interpreting, none of it is retroactive, particularly for private property. I guess that's the really difficult thing about this. And I would love to, excuse me, if there is some foundation out there, that could, do this, be wonderful, but that's about what we're looking at, as far as what ability to make people whole. I want to, but I'm not seeing anything, so I'm sorry, but I will be voting against this.
Commissioner Menz?
Could somebody tell me, like, what will change in the workflow as a result of this resolution over the next few months in relation to the updates and the October 4th deadline?
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Menz, this resolution does not change the process. So the trees will still be marked, the trees will still be removed. We will send out billing notices to property owners. So there's no change in the process.
But we're trying to identify sources to assist homeowners. So as Commissioner or President Forney stated, that there are no sources that we're aware of at this point. But we haven't exhausted all of our options, or do we feel like there is still opportunity to look at other bodies that are invested in the homeowners of Minneapolis?
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, just to clarify, President Forney is correct that the DNR's relief program does not apply retroactively, but they did tell me that they believe it will be applicable to work on residential property, but it would be going forward.
After October 4th.
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Menz, it probably, yes. I mean, it takes a while for the grant process to get going. The state has to open up the grant, and then you have to apply for the grants, and then the grants are executed. And with those type of grants, they start on the date of execution of that grant, and they can't go retroactive from that date. So it potentially could be 2024 before we see that type of grant program being available.
To the residents.
Yes.
But if we didn't remove the trees, which this resolution does not do, then they would still be eligible for that?
They'd already be condemned, though.
President Forney, they would have already been condemned. I'm not entirely sure, because at some point,
So once we identify them, that's condemned.
yep.
Okay.
Once they're condemned, and then there's the process of you have so many days to remove the tree. If you're unable to, we'll contract the removal. Then the removal happens. Then there's the payback for the cost of removal. The question you're posing, though, what gets a little tricky is there's a point where the tree, the removal of the tree, you miss the opportunity to effectively manage the disease or the pest. And now the tree becomes a dead standing hazardous tree that the damage is already done, so to speak. Like there's no benefit in removing the tree to prevent the spread. So, but there is a city program for hazardous trees administered through the regulatory services. So you can't have a dead standing tree that's a hazard in your backyard either. We're catching them when it's the disease or the pest that's causing it, and only certain disease and pests. Leaving them standing just makes them a hazardous tree later that still needs to be dealt with in a similar way.
So, and in the resolution, we discussed Hennepin County or the city. I mean, isn't this the time, wouldn't this be providing some initiative for us to sort of find programs through them or encourage them to help these homeowners? Because I personally, as a park board, I don't think we should be responsible for, and we can't, legally. But is this going to encourage us to create those systems with the city and collaborate with the county to see if we can provide some relief for these homeowners who are in difficult situations? And we could maybe help identify them by the people who aren't paying. Is that what's going to happen? Is what I'm based on this resolution?
President Forney, Commissioners, that this resolution will give us the opportunity for that to happen.
Thank you.
I don't know that I can't guarantee it will happen because we don't know where the funding. We have relief funding. We don't know the timeline of when we would be able to apply for a relief grant to assist homeowners. We don't know if we'd be successful in that application. We don't know how long it would take us to facilitate it. But it would give us more time to continue to work with partners. The successful programs that have happened was ARPA money from the DNR given to Habitat for Humanity. That's the most successful example, and it was $25,000. So it disappeared pretty quickly, and then there was additional money, and the DNR actually started using it up in Bemidji, where they were faced with similar challenges. So that's why I think the relief money is queued up at legislation passed on the governor's desk. We will pursue those funds, or the city health department, or the city will, someone's going to pursue those funds, I can tell you that. Can't guarantee it's going to happen. Can't tell you the timeline.
But the resolution is encouraging staff and everybody. I mean, you guys are already doing that, and I trust that you are. But it sort of makes a statement from this board that, hey, we're gonna do this further, and this is a timely matter. Thank you.
I'm not sure if it was Commissioner Thompson or Benny. Go for it, Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. This is a really hard decision here because I think everybody wants to try something, and but I'll speak for myself. I am worried about unintended consequences for sure, or as President Forney said, false hopes a little bit. So the relief program, as I understand it, and maybe Council Rice or Lobbyist Rice could speak to that, I thought it said specifically it was for public trees and the relief program, no? Yeah, I think it's been answered, right?
Ms. Jokemeyer is a little more familiar with that. She's
okay.
She might be able to help.
President Forney, Commissioner Abeni. So I did Jeremy and I contacted DNR staff to inquire originally whether it would be eligible for residential property. They confirmed they do believe it is going to be eligible for that, and today told me that it won't be retroactive.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. If I came in, since I came in late, I was a little discombobulated.
You might, there is $1 million that was in the environmental omnibus bill that is being allocated to the metro regional parks, and that is only on regional park land. So I don't know if you're maybe thinking of that.
Yeah, maybe
money.
that's it.
Mhm.
The other thing, and maybe it's just the way that I really think about this, but one of the things that was in our legislative agenda, and I mean, I know there was just a ton of work down at the legislature, but I do think that somebody should be advocating somewhere for the property tax category for special assessments, because I wish I would have written it down. I was just at the BET meeting, and so the park board has about $1 million worth of assessments right now, and most of it's for these private property diseased trees, but the other assessments, it's a massive number in the city of Minneapolis, and of course all over the state. And so I think that that would be a more systemic way to fix this issue. So we offer the things that we offer, the 10-year assessment that really brings that number down. That might be a $400 number then on your annual property tax bill for a $4,000 tree. And a $4,000 tree, that's a pretty high number, right? Then if you could then get $100 off from your property tax refund, I think that would just be a better way to resolve this going forward than trying to find grant money. So I have no idea. I know we're not going to be lobbying, but if this remains an agenda item for next year on our legislative agenda, maybe we can really think about just being very pointed on this subject and getting a legislator to take it up. I don't know. So anyway, that's it for me.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. Excuse me. President Forney and Commissioner Benny voiced some of my concerns for sure, and I'm just wanting to get clarity around this. What does the delay do for the property owner if they chose to do nothing? Like, we still take down the tree, we have the delay, let's say my property is tree's condemned today, right? It's off the rolls till October, but I get busy. I didn't look for any adjustments. I didn't look for any different financing. I didn't look to the city. I didn't look to the DNR. I didn't apply to things. What happens to me when October 4th rolls around?
President Pro Tem Smith and Co-Chair Thompson, the assessment in October, they received their second billing letter. It includes the financial hardship policies, so at that point, they can pay it off in full. They can spread it over the normal 5-year period, 10 years, or 20 years. Or they could go to the city and request a 0% loan to help pay for that tree assessment. Those are the options that we currently have available for property owners.
So that's what, so nothing would change in the interim from our perspective unless, again, me as the homeowner took on finding these grants or potential DNR relief or work with the city. Is it available? So I'm sorry, no, can I ask one more question, may I?
Sure.
Can we flip the scenario and say, let's say that we don't vote for this and I get assessed right now today, do I have time between when the letter comes and when the tree gets taken down to find my own, like with the city? I know the city has, some neighbors have used that, so I'm just curious. I do have time right now?
Yes. President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Thompson, yes, you would have time.
Thank you. I know I'm out of time, but I'm lost in a lot of the same spot that other people are, and it's not lost on me as the district commissioner of an area that is experiencing this hardship, that it's a struggle overall. Anyway, I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I guess my feedback would be, if we could put a timestamp on staff time around this. And maybe it's as simple as a handout that goes in with the bill that says, these are the websites to check out if you have some issues and would like to pay or try to look into some grant money. A simple handout, and maybe there's one meeting, or maybe, we feed these names to another entity that has a better pulse on what these things are and not our staff directly. And then a timestamp where we're gonna maybe look at that between now and whatever, August 2nd, and then we're done. I'm not sure. Maybe you were already planning something like that.
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Schaefer, yes, I mean, that's the point of the August 2nd and October 4th, is to come back to this body and let you know what we've been able to find or not, or if we weren't successful. And yeah, the billing letters go out. We would obviously update our website so that the information is available on the website. The billing letters go out with the notice of public hearing. We include the financial hardship options at that time. It's an insert in the billing letter. So the thought would be, yes, if we were able to identify potential grants or funding sources, we would include that information on both our website and within our mailings to property owners.
Okay, thank you. I do think it was an issue that we heard loud and clear as commissioners. And so I would support having a strict time frame to investigate. We're not using our own funds, but as a facilitator, we are investing a small amount of staff time until more comes. Thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, just a couple quick thoughts. So while there is not direct, assistance for this exact issue in the recent budget, there is, depending on your circumstance, the potential that folks will get from a few hundred to a few $1,000s in property tax rebates, tax credits, various things, depending on your income and stuff. And so by delaying, between here and I know October 4th isn't far enough, but between here and the next tax season, the financial situation of a lot of folks who have been impacted by this could very well change, even though next year is not a budget year, and so we probably won't be able to go back for more funds, but that is a possibility. So I think that has some merit for waiting for folks. And yeah, number two, kind of as Commissioner Schaefer alluded, we've heard very loud and clear from this community that they need something. And while we may have concerns and we may not want to provide a false hope, whatever, folks have been asking for a chance, any chance, and I think this is that any chance. So let's go with the community here. Let's support them here. I will be supporting this. That's where I'm at.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Olson. Anyone else? All right. Well, I'll give my 2 cents. I am too a fan of giving people something because there are many people who didn't believe that Black folks would be free. And as asinine as that may sound to y'all, not living in Black body, it is a realistic thing. And an ounce of hope goes a long way. And right now, our community is devastated by real life choices that they are making each and every day. And so something as a few months and the possibility of someone stepping up, an organization, a foundation, or whoever, to help provide relief to first-time homebuyers in areas of concentrated poverty, that is all we need. We need an ounce of hope. And I hear the people loud and clear, and so obviously as a co-author with Commissioner Menz, I will be supporting it, but I do think that it is really important for us to give something. It is not a false hope, it is us saying we will literally exhaust every option that we know how. And if we come up short, at least we went down swinging. So with that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-89, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Do we need a roll call vote? I couldn't quite catch it, so.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
Commissioner Abene.
Aye.
President Forney.
No.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, thank you.
Okay, also on behalf of Administration and Finance, I'd like to move Resolution 2023-78, resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Minneapolis Sailing Center related to fundraising and preliminary design supporting a relocation of the existing sailing center facilities.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, just kidding. Secretary Ringo. And I just feel want to get to the vote.
I have a staff amendment I'd like to move.
Please, Commissioner Benny, go for it.
Why, thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. So I'd like to, there's some inclusions in the original agreement that the staff has added, and I just want to highlight them briefly. I think that's okay. So the staff amendment is adding information here or some, under the preliminary design it will include a detailed review of the geotechnical conditions. Oops.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Under the project scope, the building design will include a net zero carbon goal for energy use. The realignment of the parkway will also review, there'll be a review of detailed geotechnical conditions along the northwest shore of Badea-Mecoska to inform parkway design details, necessary soil corrections, under pavement drainage, and pavement design that is suitable to the in-situ soils. And then finally, consideration for intercepting city storm sewers in the relocation area to provide for treatment BMPs adjacent to or under the realigned parkway in line with the MPRB Green Parkway Infrastructure Initiative. So that's those are the staff amendments, and I'd like to move those for consideration.
Second?
Any discussion?
I have a question for
Commissioner Benny.
To the amendment?
Yeah. So just to clarify, maybe Mr. Schroeder, these amendments or this change was reviewed by the sailing school or whatever, and they're on board. See what I did there?
President, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Commissioner Menz.
I don't think you're supposed to point out your own pun.
All right. Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That was for the amendment, so please, thank you. So moving back to the resolution as amended, any discussion on that? All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries.
On the behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I would also like to move Resolution 2023-65, a resolution approving a 10-year programming and lease agreement with the Minneapolis Sailing Center to expire on December 31st, 2032.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Musich?
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I would just like to note, since I made a big deal of it last time, that this will be the second 10-year lease that the Sailing Center is getting, and I don't remember that from before because I wasn't on the board then. So, yeah, that's not unusual in this case.
Thank you. Commissioner Benny?
Thank you. I didn't have a chance to send these questions ahead of time, and because actually it was flagged to me by a constituent just a little bit before this afternoon, I say. Anyway, the agreement. One question I have is what's happening now with the space, because they used to occupy space at the old refectory, right? And with the new, yeah, that would be great, Mr. Senzel. So where will they be in this interim period? And then my other questions are really specifically around storage. And this actually came up on the Boom Island one as well. There's nothing in the agreement about storage, winter storage and things like that. And I think there probably should be. Now, I'm not suggesting we do anything differently here, but just in general, if you could let me know what's happening in this interim period and.
Yep. President Forney, Commissioner Benny. So their main school, operates out of the building. They use the refectory in the past for classroom space underneath the awning space. The last 2 years, they haven't. Once the concession operation is complete, that awning space, they'll go back to using that as classroom underneath when it's not occupied. So, and we've worked that with the concession operation, so that's kind of the plan. Storage, we work with them every year on storage, on what they can bring in and where it goes. I did have a talk with them this year about kind of their encroachment down, but part of that was because we need to replace some dockage, and so that's why it encroached down. That dockage is in the process of getting replaced with the turnaround, kind of a reinvestment and this agreement. So a lot of that encroachment that you were seeing going down will go back onto their dock system. And then their winter, they're not allowed to store any of the boats along the shore in the wintertime. That all has to come out.
Not along the shore, but somewhere near the parkland or somewhere near the lake?
Correct, right where they have the storage pods and right behind it, right there, but nothing encroaching south of that line.
I think my preference would be that for these agreements, these are good partnerships, they're awesome, but that we would have very clear expectations for what can be stored there. I brought it up during the Boom Island discussion. It's just my opinion that sometimes there's kind of a scope creep of what gets added over time. It's easier just to leave it here for the winter, not really worry about it. It's just one more of this or that. But I think that that's the kind of thing where we need to make sure we're kind of enforcing, we're documenting that in the agreement, managing those expectations, and then making sure we're enforcing it. That would really be something that I would like to see. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. I'm sorry. A roll call vote is required for Elise. Secretary Ringel, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
Aye.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Alper.
Aye.
Commissioner Benny.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
You have 9 ayes.
Thank you.
I would like to move Resolution 2023-91 on behalf of Admin Finance. A resolution approving a project implementation agreement with Green Minneapolis MPRB Planting Project 2022.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Alper.
Thank you. I, first and foremost, would just like to say thank you to Green Minneapolis on behalf of the lobbying efforts that you did for us this past session with looking at emerald ash borer and retroactive relief for homeowners. So I just want to say I really appreciate that. But that said, I do plan to vote no on this item before us tonight, and I want to bring something to share with you all that I learned. It's City Forest from City Forestry credits, that there are 3 options that credit buyers, so folks that buy our credits, will have once they buy them. They can hold them, they can sell and transfer them, or they can retire them. So if entities, corporations plan to offset their emissions, that's called retirement. So only that entity can claim to have reduced emissions. Holding, they can hold them temporarily, and then selling them. So I just want to let you know that our credits can be resold potentially for a higher price. But that higher price does not mean that we get more money. This is in essence, sort of can be used as a profit-making mechanism, and to me, that's concerning. The whole thing, as I've shared with you before, is concerning. But I wanted to bring that area to light to you today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Olsen?
Hi, yeah. So one quick question here. So carbon offset, it's, you buy credit, you emit a ton of carbon, you buy a ton of sequestration. I'm wondering if it's possible, if there have been models, if it's something we've considered, where the credits we sell for every, ton you put out, 3 are put in. Is it possible to do more than just neutral?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioners, certainly think it is possible. I know Green Minneapolis, as with Project One, they are focusing on organizations that have already set a goal of reducing their emissions. And so this is, again, voluntary. It's not a regulatory requirement market we're working in. So any of these corporations purchasing the credits are doing it voluntarily and not to meet a mandate to have carbon neutral. And then we've already worked with, Green Minneapolis has already worked with folks to say, like, if you have not already established goals of carbon neutral or gray, or even positive or negative, carbon negative, they're not entertaining them as buyers. So this is our second project using the same registry. I think we could look at things like that in the future for sure. I wouldn't say no to that, but yeah, I don't hope that answers.
No, thank you. It's just a thought I had because, I too have been, looking more into carbon credits, and I trust absolutely the work that you all have done and put into this. But I've gone back and forth on this, and there's been something that just doesn't sit quite right with me about carbon credits and about maintaining neutrality. And I think ultimately what I realize is that even in a best case scenario, we're just maintaining where we are in the world. And I know it's voluntary, it's, companies are deciding to do this, whatever, but, it is giving them an asset in that they can sell to their customers, to whomever, that they are, green, that they are not contributing to the ongoing climate crisis as much. And, as we saw with the recent reports, staying level, treading water is no longer enough. And I don't want to play into a system that is just continuing us on a path that is not sustainable. So I would really be interested if there is a way for us to have more expensive credits, things like that, that, hey, they're saying they're putting out a carbon and whatever they're doing, a ton of carbon, and they are paying for, 10 tons worth of tree sequestration or things like that. I just think we really need to be, in everything we do, be going more towards reduction in sequestration in a way greater level than this allows for. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't think that the benefit is quite enough for me to support at this moment. So, but I appreciate everything that people are doing.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you very much, President Pro Tem Smith. So you might notice my orange here. I was coaching South High before this meeting, and I was telling one of the girls before I came here, before the game, I said, I have a park board meeting afterwards. Every park board meeting is important. And I was talking to her about some of the things on the docket. I said, well, we'll be talking a lot about trees. And I'm going to quote my student, my player. You know who you are, I hope, number 9, thinking of you. She said to me, oh, I get it. You're not trying to solve global warming. You're just trying to find a way to fund more trees for our community. And I said, yeah, that's it. So at least that's the way I see it, and that's the way my player saw it. Thank you very much for the wonderful quote, and good job in the game. So I support this. I know that people have issues. I understand greenwashing. We talked about that also with a different player. But the way I understand this, we're trying to fund a way to get more trees in our community. And I respect the idea of wanting to solve all of global warming, but I ardently and robustly support this. So just thought I'd throw in South High quote. And we lost, but it was a good game.
Thank you. Commissioner Alper for the second time.
Thank you. I just want to ask you, this is a rhetorical question, I don't expect any answer, but I ask you, are they really more trees? Are we really planting more trees because of this initiative? And I've struggled with this because I think I could justify saying that it's 3,000 more trees, that it's 2,000 more trees, but to include, I think it was 8,000, more than 8,500 trees last year, which was similar to what we planted the year before, which was similar to what we planted the year before that. And we could make the argument, okay, we had ARPA money, we had tree levy money, but I would say, why aren't we going back for the tree levy money? So for me, let's look at the business as usual scenario that we've done for the last 10 years. And I think it's really hard to make the argument that every single tree, minus a few that don't fit the criteria, can be included in this tree planting project.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. As I mentioned when we first started discussing this, with the coming expiration of the tree levy, which we were only able to undertake because an emergency was declared, with the advent of discovering EAB in our city that we knew would decimate our urban forest and kill all those trees and create a hugely hazardous condition that we are seeing in all of the surrounding suburbs where they did not do what we did and they allowed those trees to die, and they are dropping branches now onto the streets, onto the sidewalks, and onto people's private property. We do not have that situation now, and we will be unable to seek another levy to replace that funding. Commissioner Forney, thankfully, stepped up with me to try to identify ways for us to make up that funding that we would lose through the levy without having to tax people at the property tax level, because we understand that that level of property tax increase to pay for trees is not something that the city council or the mayor was ever going to give us, because there would always be a higher priority than trees, which I don't agree with, but it is the reality of where we're at. We started conversations with a number of community partners. I'm incredibly thankful to David Wilson and everyone at Green Minneapolis that stepped up to help shepherd that conversation through various interested parties throughout the metro area to help us try to identify ways to fund planting trees. This is the most viable option that we came up with that we could actually get up and running. That we have gotten up to this point was incredibly exciting to me, and I'm not going to speak for Commissioner Forney, but I would assume it is for her too. It's a lot of work we put in to get us here. There are not really other viable options that create this level of funding over time. In fact, people around the city have seen that this is something that they also want to pursue. Hennepin County just unanimously approved their first program of selling carbon credits. And they did it saying, I hope that the other municipalities within Hennepin County will see this as a sign that is a funding solution for trees that they should be looking into as well. So I understand that people feel like this is not enough to stop climate change, that nothing is ever going to be enough that we're going to be able to do as a body. What it does allow us to do is to continue to plant more than the amount of trees that our current budget allows for. Yes, we have ARPA funding. That's awesome. It's going to get us more trees next year. But that it goes away. And we will be stuck with that same problem we have now, which is we do not have the money.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Binney.
Thank you. I almost shouldn't speak after Commissioner Musich because I think she just said it all. I mean, so we just took a vote on another kind of, for me, it was a little bit of a leap of faith on the postponement for the disease tree removals. We're trying something. And in this case, I think this is really worth trying to see if it works. if it's a way for us to actually fund the canopy that we all want and we know the citizens want. I mean, I very much would echo that it's very unlikely that the levy would be able to be exercised here. I'm just seeing some other things as part of the BET. It's a very interesting thing to see up close. So I absolutely support this, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And, you know, we'll be getting reports on this annually, I would assume, and we'll have the opportunity to change course in the future. But right now, I think this is a great opportunity for us to seize.
All right, thank you. Seeing no more lights, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-91, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Request a roll call vote.
Oh, yes, can we have a roll call vote, please? Secretary Ringo?
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Yes.
Commissioner Olson,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Yes.
Commissioner Menz,
No.
Commissioner Alper,
No.
Commissioner Benny,
Aye.
President Forney,
Aye.
President Pro Tem Smith.
No.
You have 5 ayes and 4 nays.
All right,
You have another resolution.
one more.
Okay, Resolution 2023-93, on behalf of Admin Finance, I will move this, stating a resolution approving an agreement with Green Minneapolis to collaborate on tree planting project, the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Planting Project 2022.
Second.
Discussion? No?
I request a roll call vote.
All right, may we have a roll call vote? Secretary Ringo?
Commissioner Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Aye.
Commissioner Olson,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
Aye.
Commissioner Menz,
No.
Commissioner Alper,
No.
Commissioner Benny,
Aye.
President Forney,
Aye.
President Pro Tem Smith.
No.
You have 5 ayes, 4 nays.
All right.
Here's another resolution.
In Admin Finance?
Yeah, is there one more?
That was brought up from the table.
The what?
It's not, it's in
No,
the.
we're not.
It's in the
that's
unfinished
right.
business.
I apologize.
Thank you.
I think we are moving on to, goodness gracious,
Point of clarification, I think that we have an unfinished business resolution, right? Is that the next
Ooh,
one?
2023-51. It's the Blue Line Extension Project update.
yes.
No, didn't we move?
And it comes in
After.
after
Comes
this.
in
item.
at
Oh,
the
okay.
end, yeah. So it's up.
Okay.
I think this should be the last one. Oh, the water taxi.
Yes, I told them.
Sorry. Meg, the water taxi is coming. The water taxi's coming. There's nothing that's coming.
No, it'll be under old business, so we've got new business, or wherever, new business, be right after that. And,
It'll come back up. It's not unfinished. No, it's new. It has to come back.
that's what Brian
Yeah,
said. Pardon my question, is it coming after this?
after the. No. It's on this. After this. Yeah.
After the, after this, that's new business. You guys ready? It's not coming after those.
Oh, it's sorry. We're ready.
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioners, thank you for the time to speak today. My name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning. For almost the entire time that I have worked at the Park Board, I have served as the primary staff liaison to the Blue Line Extension, which had a previous corridor that was abandoned and now has a new corridor. Most of this presentation tonight is going to be handled by project team members But I just wanted to quickly say that in the context of this project, the Park Board has a couple of key touch points, most notably that I meet regularly with City of Minneapolis staff and project staff on a weekly and sometimes twice a week basis to talk about the project. And in addition, as President Forney alluded to earlier, there is a corridor management committee, which President Forney serves on, that involves elected officials from across the corridor. As the process moves forward through consideration of the new corridor, the new route, in preparation of a revised environmental impact statement, we thought it would be a good time to come before you and have the project office provide an update on the new route and talk about some park impacts. I will be here for questions if you have them of me, but primarily we're going to have a presentation from Nick Landwehr and Dan Solar of the Blue Line Project Office. So I'd like to invite them to come and speak to you now. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Adam. President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioners, we appreciate the opportunity to come here. It's been a few years since we've been before the Park Board here, and we've had a little bit of an evolution with the project. So this is a good opportunity to kind of go through that and get everybody up to speed of where we're at. So today's topics, I want to just do a general route overview, talk about where we came from, where we're at now. As Adam had mentioned, we want to talk a little bit about park touch points where we are really doing the coordination with the Minneapolis Park and Rec Board, and project timeline and the next steps with that. And then my colleague, Mr. Solar, will come up and talk a little bit more about the anti-displacement initiatives that are working alongside with our project to help us be more successful with the community and help the community succeed with the project. So this graphic that I'm showing you here is a good map that kind of shows the evolution of the project here. So originally when we started in this in the project office back in 2015, we followed an alignment that went down Olson Memorial Highway. So that is, on this graphic, is shown on the left-hand side of it in that dashed gold line. So followed down Olson Memorial Highway and through the BNSF freight rail corridor through Minneapolis, Golden Valley, Robbinsdale, Crystal, and into a portion of Brooklyn Park. And then from there, we switched over to road running in Brooklyn Park, where we were going on West Broadway through that area for 3.5 miles, and then with a northern terminus at Oak Grove Parkway, just north of 610, with a park and ride and an operations and maintenance facility. We were unable to come to a negotiation to co-locate or work be within BNSF railroad right away after many years of trying in lots of different levels. So our direction from our corridor management committee and our leadership was to find a modified route that still served the corridor along here, that had the same terminus to extend the existing Blue Line from Target Field Station through the communities that we've been working with to Brooklyn Park to that northern terminus. So at this point, we are currently working in a supplemental draft EIS. So we've kind of come back to the planning phases in the project, where we were pretty advanced in engineering. Now we are looking at developing a new route. And what we've done as far as last summer, we developed a route recommendation through our corridor cities, and I'm going in from the north side down, but in Brooklyn Park, we really weren't affected by the freight rail corridor and the inability to locate within that corridor. So what's shown in the northern part, that northern third in the blue, is Brooklyn Park. We were able to maintain that alignment on West Broadway, maintain the stations that were identified there with the project. But as we came down into the southern end of Brooklyn Park, we were evaluating what that route option would be, and really geographically and just being able to serve the communities through that southern end of Brooklyn Park, Crystal and Robbinsdale, we found that really County Road 81 was the option to extend down through there. And then when we get into Minneapolis, we had quite a few bit more options that are shown on this map that we evaluated. So at one point, we were evaluating to get from Target Field Station to that portion of County Road 81, which is basically where West Broadway and Lowry Avenue intersect, right at North Memorial Hospital. We looked at a Lowry option and a West Broadway option. And about a year ago, this last June, we recommended and approved to go forward with an alignment that served West Broadway. So that's shown in green. So getting from Target Field Station to West Broadway. So as we get down into Minneapolis, this graphic kind of shows that corridor along West Broadway in blue with some options that get us from Target Field Station to West Broadway, and then an option that's in between 94 and Irving Avenue to bring in potentially 21st Avenue. So on this graphic, it shows the alignment in blue that is West Broadway, those options, and I'll explain those a little bit more, the pairs that you see there, and then station areas that we're evaluating for the project are shown in that blue oval. So at North Memorial, at Lowry Avenue Station, we have a station in that location. As we get down into Penn Avenue along West Broadway, have a station there. And then we are looking at, in that area from Irving Avenue to 94 area, the potential for 2 stations on either, with everything on West Broadway in that location, 2 stations in that area that would serve, the Emerson Fremont area and potentially over near Irving. Or the light rail would be on 21st Avenue, so we maintain the traffic West Broadway, similar to is today, and put light rail on 21st Avenue between that area. So that is the West Broadway 21st options that we're evaluating. The other option that we are looking at in Minneapolis is to get to West Broadway. And so that's shown here on the vertical in purple, which is a Lindale route that takes us from Target Field Station up to either 21st or West Broadway along Lindale in purple, if you can see it. And then the other option is an Easton I-94 option that brings us over on the east side of 94 and connects us to either 21st or West Broadway. So a little bit about where the access points or the touch points that we have with the Parks and Recs Board here along the alignment. There's 3 key areas, but obviously at Lowry Avenue Station up by North Memorial, that's where Victory Memorial and Theodore Wirth Parkway come together, as part of the grand rounds. So that is that first arrow or the box that you see kind of on the top portion of this graphic. The next area in the middle is the station options near Knox Avenue. So we are looking at a station, like I said before, near Irving that could serve both North Commons Park and Cottage Park in that area. They're about a block off the alignment in that location, but we would look at having good access there. And then the other option, if we were going down the Lindale Avenue route, that actually Hall Park is right on either side of Lindale Avenue there, so we would come through that area. So I have some more graphics here that will maybe show those in a bit more detail. But as we are doing this work, as Adam has said, we have continued to collaborate with the Minneapolis Parks and Rec Board staff. We've been meeting with them on a very regular basis, whether it's specific meetings as we talk about the coordination and how we connect with the existing parks. We have ongoing issues resolution team meetings with the city of Minneapolis that Adam also attends there, where we talk about where their options are and design details and how things fit together. We've been, as a project, invited and been to North Commons Park planning and those coordination events. And then we've had specific workshops where we were focused on stations at Lowry Avenue and even had site visits where we walked around the neighborhoods there to look at how we would place a station, how we would get those connections, how it works with the existing parks and the existing community. And we'll plan to continue this coordination as we go forward. So as we get into a little bit more detail, this graphic here is starting at the north end, the Lowry Avenue station. And with the Lowry Avenue station, our alignment is typically at grade, center running in the roadway. So that's where light rail really works best when it's operating with existing traffic. But at this location with the new bridge structures that have just been constructed over Lowry Avenue of County Road 81, we needed to find a good way to work with that work that's been done and serve that station area. So really the best option we had there was to come, what you see in gold here is, and I have some better graphics with perspectives, but this shows kind of how it fits on the east or the west side of that interchange close to North Memorial, and then and straddles kind of that park area that's shown in green on the strip through the diagonally through this graphic. These two graphics maybe show a little bit better perspective so you can get a view on it. The one on the left-hand side is kind of up in the air in the middle of the North Memorial campus looking east, so off in the distance is Lowry Avenue. The structure that you see there is a light rail station that's elevated in this location. There's vertical circulation towers on either side of Oakdale Avenue in that location, so with direct connections to Theodore Worth Park and Parkway in that Grand Rounds area, and then another vertical circulation tower and access on the north side of that area. So we have good connections with both the parks and the residential areas around it, as well as North Memorial. The graphic that you see on the right-hand side is looking more that northwesterly direction. So we're up over County Road 81, looking north into Robbinsdale. The campus that you see there is North Memorial and the buildings there. And this shows kind of how the alignment comes from at grade, and then we need to get over the southbound lanes of County Road 81 and then have that station area over by North Memorial and how it fits in context. Moving a little bit farther south in the station area as we come down West Broadway, again, we were at grade, center running with the light rail and through this area. This is where those two options show up, and what we're seeing on this graphic is those blue blocks are station areas that we're evaluating. So if you follow that blue alignment through on 21st, if the light rail stays on 21st, we're looking at the options of two stations in that location. Again, one that's probably closer to DuPont Avenue, more towards that commercial center of West Broadway Avenue, and then one that's a little bit closer to the Cottage Park, North Commons Park at Irving. The same thing if we were on a West Broadway alignment option through this area, we would still look at two station locations there that, again, close to Irving, where we can serve both those park areas and the community around it, as well as one that's centered more in the commercial area that is close to the D line on Emerson and Fremont. And as we look at these options, we're exploring how we make those good connections to the parks, because those are important destinations. Coming farther south, as I mentioned, we had the two options, either Lindale Avenue or an east of 94 option that we're evaluating. And this routing here shows, looking up Lindale Avenue, there's an existing pedestrian bridge structure that goes over Lindale Avenue today. If we went through here with the alignment, we're looking at side running, so running on the west side of Lindale Avenue, and then having 2 lanes of traffic on Lindale Avenue in this area with PEDs, pedestrian ways on either side of it, and a bikeway on the east side in this concept. And knowing that there's where we're having that intersection or interaction with Hall Park, it would, if we're on this alignment, likely the existing pedestrian bridge isn't high enough, so we would probably have to reconstruct that as part of the project, and that would be a project cost and expense. But these, all the graphics that we're showing right now, we are in the planning stages. They're very conceptual, but I think tell a good story of what the potential is for this area. So next steps, again, we talk about the good coordination and experience that we're having with the park board. We want to continue that work, continue to have directly involved in our design process and our planning process. And as we do our supplemental draft environmental impact statement for this project, you know, some of the key factors are in there are Section 4F coordination with the work that we're doing in the project and Section 106. So project timeline right now, we identified that route, the West Broadway route to County Road 81, and now we are in that environmental review trying to refine the options that we've just gone through. So doing our environmental work with our supplemental draft environmental impact statement. When we get towards the end of that here, hopefully in the next year, we'll produce or advance towards 30% plans. We'll have municipal consent process for the project where the cities can support the project and the alignment and where station locations are. We really start beginning the engineering in this portion of the phase as we get up to take the project to a 30% and beyond design. And we do station area planning, so looking outside the alignment and looking at the area of station around that and how it coordinates with the surrounding community. After we get through that, then we really go into engineering where we produce our develop our plans that are ready for construction, get our plans and specifications together, continue with station area planning, and then that's about a year and a half to 2 year process to do all that work. And then construction phase would begin after that, and it's probably about 3 to 4 years of construction along the whole corridor. It's 13.5 miles, so not 3 or 4 years of construction in one area. You know, we try to expedite our impacts in an area and move on from that, but and keep progressing throughout the corridor with our goal to open, you know, the 2029 to 2030 timeframe. So with that, I can turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Solar, to talk a little bit about anti-displacement, and then take any questions or comments that you may have.
Thanks, Nick. President Pro Tem and members, my name's Dan Solar. I'm the Director of Transit and Mobility for Hennepin County, which I've been doing for about the last 4 or 5 years. And before that, I was the project director for the Blue Line Extension project, this very project. So because of our funding commitment, Hennepin County is of course still very highly involved with the advancement of this project. And before I talk a little bit about the anti-displacement work group, I want to just talk about a story about this line, because in 2015, 2016, 2017, I was here in this park board chamber many times. You saw the previous alignment as it went down Highway 55 and up the Burlington Northern Railroad corridor, which essentially is in or adjacent to or part of Theodore Wirth Park. So we had a lot of interaction and coordination with the park board at that time. And for every time I was here, there was a park board commissioner, a different park board commissioner, Olson, who sat here on this park board. And every time I brought anything to the park board on this, Commissioner Olson voted no against it. And he voted no for one very simple reason, and that was, I don't think this alignment is in the right spot. He was very firmly embedded in the railroad corridor is fine, but it's not the right spot. This alignment needs to run through North Minneapolis and then up through Crystal, Robbinsdale, and up into Brooklyn Park. And reason being, that's where the need is, that's where the service area is, that's where this line ought to run. That wasn't the case back then. Of course, we worked many years to get an agreement with the Burlington Northern Railroad to build this light rail line to no avail. And so, as Nick introduced, now here we are this many years later advancing that very project, which is to leave Target Field Station and to serve the same general corridor, but to serve it coming up through the heart of North Minneapolis, through Robbinsdale, Crystal, and then up to Northern Brooklyn Park. And so when we made that pivot back about 2 years ago, one of the primary concerns we heard right from day one as we talked about doing this, especially, not only in Robbinsdale, Crystal, and Brooklyn Park, but most especially in North Minneapolis, we're interested in the project, but we're very, very nervous and we're very scared about what a large capital project like this can do to our community, both culturally and financially and in terms of displacement. We don't want a project that gets built, a capital transportation project that gets built in our community to displace our community. Again, culturally, residentially, business-wise, and what have you. And so, as we reflected on that as a project team, as a county, as cities along the alignment, we came back to, we need to develop strategies parallel with the development of the project, the engineering, where do the rails go, where do the stations go, how do we build this project, how do we develop programs parallel to that that help provide against displacement of cultural identity, displacement of the people that live there today, the businesses that operate there today. How do we not use a public works project to serve those that are impacted to then receive the benefits as well of being able to do that? And so what we did was we pulled together an anti-displacement working group, which was pulled together by the Met Council in Hennepin County. It was facilitated by our colleagues at the University of Minnesota through the Center for Urban and Regional Affairs, and C. Terrence Anderson, who led this group for Cura, brought together through an application process a working group made up of community members all the way along the alignment, community members, business owners, residents. We had like 75 applicants to be on this working group. Cura interviewed many people to bring together a group of about 20 or 23 people that represented both geographically and different interests along here. That was also supported on the staff side as well. So Hennepin County had staff support, as did all the municipalities, as did, of course, the ever hardworking Adam Arvidsson at also that work as well, representing Minneapolis Park Board to help support that work and to facilitate discussions and a work product that allowed the community, the working group itself, to identify, and I'm going to read this part here, identify actionable recommendations for government agencies to implement to help before planning, during construction, and then what happens after so those businesses can thrive as well. I had the great opportunity to work on the construction of the Green Line corridor all the way along University Avenue, right through the University of Minnesota, as Commissioner Rubini knows, because we worked together on that through the University of Minnesota. And so how we worked with businesses there, what lessons we learned, how we helped businesses before, and then what we've also heard is it isn't just get us through construction, it's what can be in place to allow us to thrive as businesses or residences after this line opens. Because this is a community that has been disinvested in North Minneapolis, that has been impacted by major transportation projects in the past, like the construction of I-94, north and south, right through there. And so how do we make it a project that's built for the community, not through the community. This is not meant to be a transit line that gets people from Brooklyn Park to downtown, because it's not a commuter rail, it's both directions, it's all-day service, it is there to get a North Minneapolis resident to the University of Minnesota, it's there to get Brooklyn Park or Robbinsdale resident to downtown St. Paul, or the airport, or Eden Prairie, or wherever as it connects in to the entire system. So through workshops that we had, we've now kind of reached, why this is critical now is the working group has reached kind of the end of its initial phase, which is to produce a report that Cura has now put together that provides recommendations of policies and strategies for local governments, the county, park board, state of Minnesota, Met Council, to look at, think about, adapt, adopt, and put in place to help move this forward. And so the report, which resides at yourblueline.org/anti-displacement, or of course, if anybody lets me know, we can get a copy of the report. It's fairly long, but it recommends, the recommendations center on outcomes. So it is not necessarily these policies, it identifies outcomes that community members wanted to see, and then it recommends 17 policies that support those outcomes. And we get a lot of questions, well, where is the money going to come from for these policies? That's part of what some of them can be implemented maybe as part of the construction project, but I always use this example. When we're building a project, we can implement as part of the project measures to help businesses survive, make sure their accesses are open, make sure that they're signing in there, make sure that we communicate, but we can't use project dollars maybe to help financially support a business during the tough times, help them get their books in order, help them do some of that. But there are programs that can do that. And so at the county, we're assigning our disparity reduction line of business to really dig deep now into these various policies, look at which ones should be implemented, how we might be able to fund them and put them in place. And so we would look to any other groups to do that as well. So that's a little bit about where this work comes. It'll be parallel to the advancement of the line, and we hope to, as an end result, build a transit project that not only serves the region, but also keeps in place and is able to serve the people who are impacted by the implementation of the project the most. So, thank you. And Nick and I, I'm sure, will be here for questions. We'll be able to answer anything that you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much. President Pro Tem Smith. We don't have to look at the graphic again. I have 3 questions in case anyone's curious. But the intersection at Victory Memorial Drive from your graphic is concerning to me. Are we looking at an elevated train above the already elevated Highway 81? Or on the same path? That's question 1A.
Oops, went too far.
No, one back. This one. Here, there we go.
Yeah, looking at this, I also have concern with where the placement is. Nice to see you guys. I sat on this committee last year. I'm still the alternate, but this runs right through my district. Construction literally finished yesterday for them to pull some of the barrels aside for that overpass of Highway 81. And since I haven't been at the last few meetings, I'm curious how conversation went around with Robbinsdale as well, of how that rendering even, I just don't understand the logic behind it, given someone who lives there and knows the community very, very well.
President Pro Tem and Commissioners, yes, what you're seeing here is as we run northwards on West Broadway Avenue, we're at grade, and as we start approaching that interchange, one of the issues is that was already under construction. It was already, the bids were already let for that project before, we made our pivot for the project. So this is a pinch point in this area. So we looked at, different avenues that we could coordinate with that project to maybe fit in between there, fit on it, try to stay at grade. And just with the configuration and how they constructed, with keeping the existing bridges opening as they were building new bridges, it really didn't give us that opportunity to stay down at grade and within the interchange. So we needed to get around it or over it somehow or another. So yes, as we're coming up, we need to get over one direction of traffic. So what we're proposing is to come over the southbound lanes of 81 and go towards the hospital area in this location. So it is on a structure. That structure would be a bit higher than the existing bridges that are there that were just constructed today. And the station that's in this location would be an elevated station to get to it. And we have looked at quite a few different opportunities, and there really aren't those options to continue at grade with the existing bridges that were just built.
Well, so to be clear, because you say at grade and then you say bridges. So the bridge is already a bridge.
Yes.
So the grade is down below with the parkway and the city streets, which this is a neighborhood. So we are building essentially an elevated train right through a very quiet North Minneapolis neighborhood. Did the city of Robbinsdale have any objection to this?
I would characterize that we've been working closely with the city of Robbinsdale. We've been working closely with city of Minneapolis. We've been working closely with actually North Memorial Hospital even on all those different coordinations, and Hennepin County with, the existing ownership of the existing roadways through there. And
You're right that it's a pinch point and also jurisdictional pinch point because it's not really city. We're the park board and we have very little teeth in this. And Robbinsdale, I know, wants to kill the project. I'm just going to quote the people that I know. They wanted to kill it. So I have deep reservations of this whole idea of an elevated train above an elevation already at a bridge in a neighborhood. So that's my statement that goes along with my question. My question 1B is, why is the station, as of now, planned to be on the Victor Memorial side of North Memorial instead of the Robbinsdale side of North Memorial?
I think the question is why are we farther south over instead of farther to the north?
I don't know where if you got the image of the map, I would know it. I saw that where you had highlighted is essentially, I guess it would be over the bridge now, before you ever get to North Memorial, when the corridor between North Memorial's parking garage and the hospital itself lends for a perfect spot, or just past it, to have a station. And so I'm curious the logic behind that again, and what the city of Robbinsdale have said on that point.
The station location has, as we show it here, so hopefully you can see my cursor here on this graphic and maybe shows it the best. So we are, right behind it are the bridge structures. So what you see here is the structure for the light rail station elevated. On either end, these towers are the vertical circulation elevators and stairs to access it. And it's located over Oakdale Avenue, so there are connections.
Do you have just the 2D map of it, whatever image that was? With just the lines. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so, okay, that's perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Benny. The Lowry Station is much closer to Parkland. It's on the Parkland side, when if you keep going, we can see the building of North Memorial, and I'm curious why we didn't err on that side, which is already almost freeway-like conditions in that small section. So why are we further impacting Parkland when you literally can just shift it over a few hundred feet and you're in a different like kind of a whole different scope.
So maybe I could just, Mayor Pro Tem Commissioner Thompson, 3 things in this general area we wanted to focus on trying to provide access with a station to 3 things. Clearly, first one is we wanted to provide this station provides some sort of connection to North Memorial Hospital. I mean, it's the North Memorial Hospital, has the clinics, has the office, has all of that. That's number 1. Number 2, we wanted to use this station to provide some level of access to both Robbinsdale and Minneapolis residential neighborhoods in and around this area. And number 3, we wanted to have this station provide some kind of a connection for users to the Grand Rounds. So those 3 kind of things come together, and we can debate the usefulness or importance of either of those pieces. One of our challenges was we don't have room to even come up and try to squeeze a bridge in between the 2 West Broadway bridges, north and south. We looked at trying to just simply stay at that elevation and squeeze a bridge in between those 2 bridges, widen one of the new bridges or do that. And we've been, from a construction standpoint, we haven't been able to do that. We've also wanted to try to provide something that left the footprint of what was built, because we know that in the creation of this kind of conglomeration here of West Broadway bridges over, Lowry connecting via a bridge, and then the park paths and sidewalks and both Oakdale, Theodore Wirth Parkway, Lowry, as they all come together, it'd be very difficult to try to come through that at grade and have gates and crossings, and where exactly would the at grade, so we kind of abandoned staying down below the West Broadway bridges just because of the conflict a train would have there. So we wanted to get the train out of the way. We wanted to try to get it between the 2 bridges. We could not. So we looked at an idea of going on one side. We looked at going on the the east side of the West Broadway bridges, the west side of the West Broadway bridges. We looked at an idea that would have had, and just hearing your comments today, we had an idea of a station right, I don't have the, it's on here, right up here, kind of right by Abbott, sort of put a station in here. Mm-hmm. One of the things we heard from the hospital itself is this is the hospital, and so this is more of a direct access into the hospital from here, but it's not terrible, right? I mean, it's around the corner here. This is the office building in here. So those are the pieces that we have been investigating. This is where we've landed today. So I like your comments. Your comments are good. Those are pieces that we should hear.
I appreciate that. I would like to add one thing more, and then I will abandon my other questions because they're more general, which my colleagues might have. But I know that there's so much work into anti-displacement. But when I was sitting on the committee, I am a neighbor. I'm a resident. I know council member Ellison was on the committee, and we live, through this space. We got a lot of people for the corridor worried about displacement, but these are people's homes through here. And as I stated at the top, it's a quiet residential neighborhood. And North Memorial, if you can believe it or not, is actually kind of a sleepy location in nighttime. And so if we are running this train with all that a train brings, bells and dings and dongs and all night long, you are utterly changing the neighborhood. And I would really like to take a moment to say, to work with Hennepin County, there's a lot of space. I live there. To go back down underground, even if it's hard, it would diminish the noise. That's my thing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Solar, thank you for and thank you both for the presentation. But on the anti-displacement work, one thing that's I'm curious about. I went through the document, and it's a pretty dense document, so I have to admit, we just got it yesterday. I didn't read it cover to cover, but I looked at it. But how much of, in what way are the findings different than findings that would be developed during the environmental impact statement work, the EIS work? Is it a pretty different body of work? That's one question I have, and then I have one more question.
Mayor Pro Tem Commissioner Urbini, I certainly think the environmental impact work talks a lot about direct impacts and then mitigation for those.
Yep.
But for example, it may not talk a lot about the indirect impact to a business a block away from where the train is directly being built and how changes in property values there may affect what might happen to that business. Do the property values go up and a tenant and a landlord raises rents and then small businesses are out? I mean, that kind of in-depth is not going to be touched in a supplemental draft environmental impact statement.
I actually appreciate that distinction. So I think it's cool that the project is actually taking this look and developing these sort of the sets of questions I think that could be asked for a project like this, as Commissioner Thompson was just saying. So I think that's great. But I think that, some of these impacts have been part of public review or review of public projects for decades. Okay. And then my next question might be more for Mr. Arvidsson. So 4F was invoked, and actually this is the perfect slide here. This wouldn't be 4F, right? This is something else because there's piers of elevated structure through parkland.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Benny, this is absolutely a 4F issue.
It is?
Yes.
How? And also, so if there's an elevated structure above that, really changes the place below it. So how can you describe how this is 4F? I don't understand.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Benny, exactly as you've described, it will change the place below it, which is parkland, and so it will have an impact on parkland. Therefore, it's a 4F issue. In addition, any movement of a transit way across parkland, even if it's up in the air, our land rights extend to the center of the earth and to the sky.
Yeah, that was one of my other questions. Yeah.
So we will, there will be some sort of easement or land transfer that will be necessary if this moves forward as proposed, or even some iteration, and that inherently would be a 4F issue.
Okay, thank you. So the way we've addressed 4Fs up until now, if I can just call them 4Fs, but is that the impacts have been somewhat minor. Temporary construction easements, putting it back when it's done, but this is not minor. So it gives the park board some powers for that, and if there is a land transfer, because I can't, that is not a usable space. What happens below that elevated structure is no longer park-like. It's very urban and not green. Nothing's going to grow in the shadow. So what would we do? Would we get some other land from some other place, or how do we mitigate that?
So President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Benny, yes, many of the 4F issues that have been brought before this board, including one that you approved tonight, are what's called temporary occupancy. This is definitely not a temporary occupancy. It doesn't meet those criteria of being sort of minimal impact without land transfer. So this would be a full 4F process, and that 4F process actually has already begun because the project office is obligated to include the park board and its staff representatives in that consultation, and by extension on the corridor management committee in the consultation when decisions are made. My job within that 4F process is to continue to understand what are the impacts on parkland going to be, to try to work with the project office to mitigate those, to lessen the impacts as much as possible, and to then also think about what other mitigations might be provided in order to offset some of those impacts. So for instance, when the line was passing adjacent to and in some cases through and taking land from Worth Park, One of the items that we worked on, and which a previous board approved as mitigation for 4F, was a significant amount of trail infrastructure connectivity that connected Worth Park north into Sohaki Park, connected the trails across the Bassett Creek Valley, or the Bassett Creek itself, which were barriers, connections between the trails and the park that were fully accessible, so that we're connecting transit to parks in a way that hadn't been envisioned originally. So those were all kind of the negotiations that happened. And at the end of the day, it is the board that will determine whether the impacts have been correctly understood and the mitigations are enough to offset those impacts. And that's a process that's beginning now and that will last throughout much of the design stage of the project.
Two more little things. One is I hope you're looking at sort of like the shadow shed effect. Okay, so it's not just the footprint or right up and down, but there's an impact. And then the other thing I'll say is if the elevated structure, just to my colleague, is really higher than the bridge decks, that means the structure itself has to come way back because a train can't climb a hill. So, you know, that's just for your information. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Dan. I just would like to give a little bit of history. We're at the table. That is a huge, significant thing, okay? And I say that because we were not at the table. Excuse me, I can't get the colors. We weren't at the table at Southwest LRT. We weren't at the table at Hiawatha. We weren't at the table at the university. And if you look at any place that those things, those lines cross a parkway, it's significant. It really is. Probably the most significant one happens to be under the Minnehaha Creek. That was a huge, huge, huge last-minute thing. I don't think, Dan, were you at that, or were you on board at that time?
You were still at Ramsey County. Oh, Hiawatha. Jeez.
Oh.
I was working for Ramsey County then.
Oh,
Yes. No,
okay.
no. That,
Like they say, all right. I mean, that's a long time ago, okay? And so this is our opportunity. We're at the table, which we have not been at the table before, and so this is our opportunity to make sure that our parkland is protected, okay? And we just heard some strong comments, and so I don't hesitate, people, because our number one objective is protecting those properties, okay? So I'm just so delighted that we are here and we're not doing a last-minute thing such as the Kenilworth Canal. Anyway, sorry to bring up old stuff, but I really, really, really want all of your input. I really want to hear what it is that you're interested, since I'm the one who's going to be sitting at the table negotiating this. So I would also like Director Arvidson to, if he would impart to us his feelings, his insights as to how these anti-displacement policies, where should we be landing on this, okay? Because just for you to know, at the last meeting, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Anyway, it was presented to us, but there wasn't any opportunity for discussion about it. And so nothing has been settled. And my understanding is that the next meeting, they've decided, instead of talking about the whole meeting, talking about what's happening in Minneapolis, is that they want to talk about what are the policies we want to move forward with. So I would appreciate if Director Arvidson, if you can tell us, enlighten us what you think we should be advocating for, or myself.
Certainly. President Pro Tem Smith, President Forney, which feels really strange to say, but I'll get used to it. Yes, I forwarded to you the sort of main section of the anti-displacement working group report. And in it, there are a set of outcomes, but there are also 17 policies, which are meant to be implementable policies that would be taken on, perhaps by various government entities. And those outcomes and policies were really brought together by that working group, which I think was, it bears noting that it was a very unique process to bring together community members from the north side with agency staff. And oftentimes agency staff aren't always comfortable in that sort of collaborative joint environment, but we brought that together. And interestingly, I have to take a moment and give ourselves props, to give you all props, that C. Terrence Anderson, who led that work from Cura, shared with me that his participation on our work groups for the Parks for All comprehensive plan, which brought agency and community together to write policy together, was in part the inspiration for him organizing the anti-displacement working group that way. So community and cities were able to discuss together what policies were possible and also what policies were most effective. There are a lot of guides to anti-displacement out there in the world. I think what was great about this process is that we whittled that down and honed it to find those that would work best for this corridor at this time for this project. A lot of those have to do with business retention and housing stability, which is hard for us to plug into. But I do think that there are 3 of these policies in the document that I sent you and which is available online. I think there are 3 that are possible for us to plug into. There is a land disposition policy, is one of the 17 policy items. We have a land disposition policy, but in this case, we can talk about land that is disposed after the project. Can that at times potentially create more parkland or more public space where appropriate? Because that can provide benefit to the public. So I think there's a place there where we stay at the table. There's also a policy, if we think a little bit outside the box, about commercial and residential land trusts. And the idea behind these is to lower the costs of ownership by divorcing the price of land from the price of building. And there's lots of different ways to do that. But also as a legacy landowner, we could certainly reduce the cost of land by potentially becoming an underlying owner in certain situations. So I think if we think creatively, we think outside the box, and we think about how to help our community, that's one that we, I think, can still engage in. It's unusual, but it's still a possibility. And then the third one that I think is a big touch point for us is about cultural placekeeping and placemaking. So the idea here was to really make sure that there's enough funding and support to keep the culture that exists in the corridor now and make sure that that does not erode through displacement, and then also to augment that and create, build on the richness that is already there. Well, parks are a key touchstone to that. The festivals that we host, the programs that we provide, the just existence of the parks in the corridor has a lot to do with that placemaking and placekeeping. So I think that's a place where we can very much plug in and potentially, be the recipient of funds to augment what people are experiencing in that corridor, to sort of hold them in that space if they want to stay, and to make those experiences even more rich. So based on my first look at the anti-displacement working group, those are 3 that I think we can continue to plug in on. The next steps in that document, you'll notice, is the possibility of continuing that work and having the group continue to meet in order to work out the fine details of that. And I plan to continue doing that as supported under the Parks for All Strategy 4.9, which specifically says to partner with other agencies at various stages of development process and leverage agency relationships to further anti-displacement approaches. I feel like the Parks for All comprehensive plan directs us to stay at this table, and I intend to do that. And as we move forward, as President Forney noted, she would love your comments on the route in general. I think we would also love your comments on how we can continue to support anti-displacement efforts in the corridor.
Thank you for highlighting those particular policies, and having read the document and everything, I love it. What does it say? That this route should be a joyful way. That's very interesting. How do we as parks make sure that it is a joyful way? I think that's something that we really need to be focusing on. And as Director Arvidsson indicated, placemaking is what we are about. And there is an opportunity here to really enhance that. I'm excited where I see where these proposed stations are and how can we activate and make these vibrant spaces for everybody, make them welcoming spaces. I love there was a comment in ensuring that youth feel safe. That's our calling, okay? And, you know, with being so close to North Commons and the future of North Commons, there's such an opportunity there. So I really want to hear your comments, everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, just some, few straight thoughts. I mean, comments overall, I think this is going to be, great for our city, great for our residents. It's clean, it's cheap, it's efficient, it's all these things. And, I used the Green Line to get here today. Ate at a restaurant just off of University, and you could barely hear it as it moved by. And just some comments on, this specific portion and land, just because something is in the shade, I do think, some land, swapping or whatever could certainly be in order, but also just because something's under a bridge doesn't mean that it has zero function. There are actually a lot of great urban skate parks that are under highways, that are under bridges, that are under various things that kind of have this really cool urban element. So I think that we can actually be, really creative with thinking of how we are interacting with the space and integrating it and celebrating it. And as far as station, I definitely think around going along Broadway and then, having something that can, really intentionally connect to North Commons. I know things are a little stalled there now, but, I believe we all fully intention on that being an amazing regional park. And so having, a station that is very easy for youth to get off and, walk down, one of those streets, I think there's consideration of maybe making that pedestrianized, I think would be a great experience and a way that we can connect people and connect with our parks. So, just really, my comments really want to focus on being, a good partner and, thinking creatively of how we can activate these spaces. Because, if you're a kid, you don't have a driver's license, a light rail is a fantastic way to get around. It's something I see every day, a bunch of kids on school, getting around, and it really creates nice mobility. So, how we can integrate that would be great.
Thank you. Commissioner Alper.
Yeah, I'll be fast. I'm excited for this project. I think I'm excited. I'm hopeful that it gets done on time and doesn't get delayed. I'm hopeful we can learn from past projects in the area for all the things that got mentioned today and more. I would just add, I'm really excited about that community land trust idea with the anti-displacement one. I think that's really exciting, and I hope we can participate in that.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
I just wanted to clarify when I drive through here. So the new train is at level with the other bridges? So it'll be 1, 2, 3, kind of all at level?
So to clarify here, the West Broadway, or County Road 81 goes over Lowry on a bridge, and this bridge has to go over this section or the southbound lanes. So hopefully I can get the pointer to show here. But we need to come from at grade and come over these lanes. So this will be on a bridge that will be a bit higher than the existing bridges here, as we need to get over the roadway to the structure, and then we need to get back over and into County Road 81 again into the center of it. So.
Do you have any visuals we could go look at that would be this height built anywhere else? Or can you give us a number, how tall it would be?
I can work on getting you a number right now. We're trying to refine this design, going through it. Existing bridges.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because it's not a bridge over those two bridges, but it needs to get over West Broadway before it gets to the bridge elevation. So it is higher than the bridges. I think what we'll do is we'll try to kind of lay out here's what we are at grade, here's the elevation of the West Broadway bridges. We can do an exhibit that shows approximately where this bridge would be. But then also, just in context as well, because we've been asked this a few times in the past, where does it where is the elevation, for example, just in scale out there against, say, the North Memorial Tower, like where the helicopter lands on top, right? Which is like 8 stories, and then this bridge comes in at like the 4th. And so we'll try to kind of, yeah, it's up there, but it's halfway as high as
That's the highest building in Robbinsdale.
it's the highest building all the way along, right? So we'll lay some of that out and put that there. We're also looking at, you know, we had a walk out there not long ago where we had city staff, Adam was there, and we looked at, you know, kind of where this comes in at the park, and so we've talked about some other options about how to move some things around too, so.
Yeah, that's a little shocking. I just think of Hiawatha and Lake and how depressing it is to walk under that structure. I know it's totally different, but we're going to have 3 of those. It's surprising.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, President Pro Tem. Yeah, as we have an opportunity to speak on this, I am so grateful that Commissioner Schaefer mentioned Hiawatha and Lake because it is not a completely different thing. The Hiawatha and Lake did not start out that high up. It was built, and we know what's going on underneath. And again, with my South Orange on, students, I hear from them, they cannot use the light rail. How do you think a 14-year-old walks through that space? How do you think they go up passing the people literally, this will be graphic, literally doing drugs, shooting needles through their toes? That's what children have told me while at school at Hiawatha and Lake. So I want that image burned in your brain as you consider this spot. And I say it's a quiet neighborhood. So this is a train that would be running all night. It is important that we think about that, because that is, and we think about Kenilworth Channel, all these other boondoggles that have happened. We just have to remember, and I had one question, does anti-displacement have any teeth? Does the whole report have any teeth in this? Do you know what I mean by that? You said there were 17 recommendations. I'm guessing different entities would have to be doing different things?
President Pro Tem, Commissioner, teeth in terms of?
Button. In terms of ability to change the route, like power in changing what's happening, I guess I would say.
Well, I think the anti-displacement work is not done as a means to try to be done instead of building light rail. It's there as a means to, based on where the light rail is proposed to be built, to help provide policies that will provide the kind of supports to help residents, businesses, and others be part of and survive and thrive as a result of it getting built.
Perfect.
Again, it's only, policies are only as effective as the entities that take them on, grab them, do it.
Right.
You know, what Mr. Iverson talked about is exactly the kind of thing that we're hoping all entities are doing. I can speak for my own Hennepin County, to take a look at those and say, okay, we want to attack these 7. That's where we want to put our focus. That's where we want to put our money. That's where we want to help do that, so we can, on a parallel basis, make this project successful.
So that you, sorry, I'll rephrase because you cleared it for me what I mean by teeth. Does the anti-displacement, it gives recommendations for different entities, correct, to potentially do something?
That's correct.
Does that anti-displacement and/or the Met Council have any power to compel those different entities to actually do those recommendations, or is it just a recommendation?
A little bit of a tricky question, because remember, the same entities that would do those also have the opportunity to provide municipal consent on the project. They also have the opportunity to approve plans. The Corridor Management Committee has an opportunity to make recommendations. The county's going to have to decide whether or not it wants to put $1.2, $1.3 billion into the construction of a light rail project. Do they want to do that without doing these policies? Do they want to make it successful? Any decision that gets made will be made kind of in the context. We don't think the project moves forward without putting forth an anti-displacement working group and getting these pieces out there. So now it becomes, does the project move forward by just writing a report, or does it actually, we intend to work side by side to get ways to get these in place. Will the county board, anybody be able to actually make the city of Minneapolis adopt various policies? Probably not. Will the community saying that they want that as part of building the project? That'll help move this along.
Will money and the road go further along with this, or was there, are there levels of like this needs to be accomplished before we go to the next step?
Not formally, but informally, that's always part of the discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone
All
taking
right.
the time.
Commissioner Forney.
Thank you. Nick, you shared with us just the route that would be going through Hall. Could you please explain the route that is also considered on the other side of 94?
President Forney and Commissioners, yes, the route east of 94, see if I can get to a graphic that maybe highlights it a bit better, but this is an alternative to using Lindale Avenue along here. It's shown in the pink, and as we come off of Target Field Station, it would follow 10th Street to the northwest in that area, and then what is shown here on the graphic is we get underneath the 3rd, 4th viaducts, and we stay very close to 94 alignment along 94 in that area. So looking at the options of maybe there's some sub options to that too, where we can try to get to Washington Avenue. We'd like to get to Washington Avenue. It's just really difficult to get to it without extreme impacts to buildings. So, and then from there it would go north to West Broadway or 21st. Now, along 94, just because of the constraint, the different grades in there, that we're trying to look at how we continue the alignment at grade, but there's a lot of accesses in off of 94, with busy intersections. So the current option that we have is on structures or bridges that come up, and so we can get over 94 and then come back down to West Broadway or 21st. So.
Thank you. I just wanted people to be clear about that. I just will tell you that I have serious problems with that alternative route. I'm very excited about the Lindale route. First of all, our park is elevated already, and we have a setback, so it's like ready-made in a lot of ways. Yes, the bridge has to be raised. And then the other thing, I do have serious problems also at Victory Memorial. So I just want to weigh in and say that I have real difficulties with both of those. So,
All right, Commissioner Schaefer.
Just 2 comments I want to throw out there for your hearing is, number one, you mentioned one of the benefits was that it would bring people to the Grand Rounds. I do not think it's a benefit to the Grand Rounds route to have a 4-story bridge in, around, or biking through. I don't think that's a benefit. The second thing is, how are you going to deal with safety in a 4-story elevator on 2 sides of a light rail station? It sounds like a recipe for concern, or an object of concern.
So, President Pro Tem, Commissioner, yes, those are things that, again, we are at the conceptual stage. We'll look at, how we can refine this station area and try to limit impacts, try to reduce scale. So that I think that's the first comment. The second, the question is, yes, we know that at stations we need to pay attention and design for safety and security to keep these places open, to keep them inviting and accessible for folks to get in and out. And so that's the design part of it, how we look at it, how do we keep places well lit and keep them activated. The other option is, or the other part of that is what Metro Transit is working on, the safety and security initiative now in our whole system, buses, light rail, to make sure that we're getting more enforcement, more officers out on the alignment, to activate, to focus on some of the homelessness, on some of the activities that we don't want to happen on transit, and address those. So that initiative is ramping up. I think anecdotally, I ride transit all the time. I can see a lot of the issues that we're getting bad are starting to get better and come down. I see people, advocates out there helping folks that maybe are in need of shelter or maybe have some other needs for mental illness in their
Yeah, and I'm not thinking just safety, but also practically. If there's not a strong pedestrian access and everybody has to take the elevator up and down to the light rail, that's going to be hard with bikes. You're trying to get to the Grand Round. If people do choose that, it seems odd.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We're gonna, Commissioner Thompson, we're gonna wrap up this conversation.
May I ask to what, I'm asking you if I may ask one more question about this title, just a quick yes, no?
I'm going to need to leave for the next vote.
Yeah, make it quick, because we got.
Have you considered a tunnel? That's all I wanted to ask.
We have looked at a tunnel, and you may know, tunnels are difficult.
What was that?
Tunnels are
Tunnels are
difficult.
difficult.
As we know, on a tunnel, we're building today.
All right.
Thank you.
Moving right on, I think we have to bring resolution from unfinished business, is that correct, Council Rice? 2023-64.
I'll move 2023-64, resolution approving a 5-year concession agreement with the Minneapolis Water Taxi LLC to expire on December 31st, 2027.
Second. All those in favor? No? Discussion? I second. I did. Any discussion? Commissioner Forney?
Thank you. Yes, I am excited about moving this forward. Some of the quote-unquote barriers that were there before, from what I understand, are no longer. And I just can't wait to be activated. So I hope the people will vote in favor for this.
All right. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of resolution 2023-64, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Can we get a roll call?
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Secretary? You can vote.
Commissioner Thompson.
No.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson.
Aye.
Commissioner Musich.
No.
Commissioner Menz.
Aye.
Commissioner Elper.
Aye.
Commissioner Abene.
Aye.
President Forney.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Aye.
You have 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a presentation from Director DeRoche? I don't see. Chris. Sorry, I might have butchered your last name, so give me grace. DeRoche. There we go.
Thank you. No,
Appreciate it.
President Pro Tem Smith, commissioners, I'm here to talk about an equally important issue, an equally important topic in portable restrooms. I want to kind of say off on the top to kind of thank a couple people and acknowledge some folks. This has been kind of a cross-departmental, cross-division effort to work through this. So especially thanks to Roberta Groening, Environmental Services Administrator, who's done so much work on this contract. Recreation Department, specifically Larry Humphrey, and all of our kind of ops managers and crew leaders within asset management. So This was a topic that I think has been requested a couple of times and wanted to kind of discuss really the situation that is going on. I'm going to kind of maybe interchange the terms BIFs, that's actually the company we use, and portable restrooms, but I'm just going to try to stick with portable restrooms. So as I've talked a little bit, we've talked about in the past, really the problem we're seeing and why we're kind of talking about this now, we've seen about a 150% cost increase in portable restrooms since 2017. We'll talk a little bit about why that is, but that kind of outweighs some of the budget that we have within that category. We've had some information and process gaps to prevent ownership, accountability, and review of the portable restrooms that we have out in the system. We have concerns from the public about levels of service and access, but this is really a major service that we provide to residents and users of parks, and is oftentimes something that we're required to have, right? We have to have restrooms by beaches, so we have to have them there. And one of the biggest things that's really spurring this on really is 2020 and why we're having this discussion around the disruptions of our kind of previous operations plans and processes. Both COVID and the encampments that we saw within the city and the city parks created this almost flush of portable restrooms into the system as we responded. I wasn't going to do a pun. Oh, man. I promised I wasn't going to. I didn't mean to. This flush of portable restrooms into the system as we addressed these big concerns, right? And now that we are, coming out of 2020 and here in 2023, looking to essentially reset our base service level, really establish and reset our base service level. So what I'm going to be talking about today is less about where portable restrooms are, less about specific parks or things like that, which we can talk about in future kind of conversations, and I'll share how we're going to share that information, but really talk about what we're planning on doing, which is a soft reset to establish a base level of service to more effectively manage and improve delivery of bathroom facilities, what these are. And when I talk about base level of service, a key thing to talk about is it's talking about where these are, right? Does it exist in a park? What its service frequency is, how many times we inform BIFs, how many times we want them out there cleaning that on a weekly basis, and internally, who is owning that BIFs? Is that within a different department? Is that recreation? Is that asset management? Is that enterprise, visitor services? Who's kind of owning that and taking responsibility over that? So I'm going to skip through this really quickly, but this is more to highlight this isn't as simple of an issue as we would think it is. There's a lot of moving pieces to this, and there's a lot of different data and information, especially as this has been changing over time, that we've had to pull together. And I kind of addressed, and kind of acknowledged Roberta, who's done a lot of work on pulling this together, and essentially creating a single set of information that says, these are all the BIFs that we have in the system. This is kind of almost what our existing base level of service is, so that we could actually modify that. So what is kind of the current state? We've pulled this current state because it's ever changing from essentially two numbers. One was July of last year, and the other one was essentially this winter. We're kind of taking snapshots of when we have these BIFs out, because right now our portable restrooms are ordered, they're dynamic. Someone might request one and we put one out, we might take ones in. So it's hard to actually pinpoint what our base level of service is. And that's what we're going to be kind of getting to. So as you can see, we obviously have more portable restrooms in the summer than we do in the winter. And our total costs, right? Anticipated total costs, this isn't actually what the number is, but it's if we kept kind of these frequencies, looking at around $585,000 per year with the portable restroom contract. So one of the big things about getting a better understanding of this are, what are these portable restrooms doing? What are they supporting, right? Are they in a park? Why are they there, right? And so what we did was went through every single one in the system and said, why is it here? Is it here because of programming, right? Maybe there's youth soccer games and there's not an accessible indoor bathroom. Maybe it is there because of a regional trail. It's on a regional trail route and we have them there. It's there because of compliance, so located at a beach. And so what we did was we actually went through there and categorized those. An important thing to note here too is it's pretty interesting. We actually have almost perfect equal split between like kind of the ADA, the larger restrooms, and kind of the non-ADA restrooms within the system. So here's looking kind of at our current costs. As you can see, from 2017 until 2022, especially that jump from 2019 to 2020 is very significant. This has gone up a lot. And this both, we can kind of measure I'm going to talk a lot in dollars because that's the easiest thing for us to measure here. But we could also notice that this also is included. This is also quantity as well too. Quantity pretty much equally follows costs when we're looking at these numbers. So when you look at the current state and all of the BIFs, each one of these circles kind of represents $5,000. As I talked about, we'll kind of measure these in costs. With which department is kind of owning these or essentially paying for these right now. So it's kind of a mix. There's some that recreation pay for within a category, some that asset management do, neighborhood, programming. What we wanted to do was to align that ownership with the category. So saying asset management is responsible for these categories, recreation, and then you'll see there's some other ones that are actually missing in here. Just for sake of clarity, I cleaned this up because we have a lot of other departments that have maybe one, like an environmental department has one, or a visitor services department. And this is really, really important because what we're actually able to do is manage cost versus value. If asset management was responsible for every BIF, but recreation is the one that is requesting them and saying we need them out there, we're not kind of aligning the costs with the value because we might put them out if asset management's still managing it. Maybe that recreation program ends. Well, it's not needed there, but asset management's still kind of under the assumption because they're not directly related to that program that maybe it's still going on. So what we really want to do is kind of align these costs and ownership so that if a rec program ends and we do not need that BIF out there anymore, the folks closest to that purpose for being out there are the ones that are owning that. And so what that gets is kind of an updated ownership model where we are kind of, you'll see all the colors within all these boxes are all the same color. It's as simple as that. The second part of this is resetting our base levels of service. So this is kind of more of the meat of this. This is getting to realigning what we have, what I showed in that original slide with the budget, with realigning kind of what we have out there with our budget. So what we've done is we reviewed every single location with the staff that were essentially closest to that location. So that included operations staff, recreation staff, and the visitor service team, saying, what were the reasons for these being out here? Are they needed, or were they remnants of when we had to close an interior bathroom because of COVID? Were they remnants of an encampment that was there? Or are our service levels, our frequency of cleaning, remnants of those things as well too? Or are there some BIFs in the system that were ordered but not taken back? So we essentially did we micromanaged each individual location to determine where we could scale back to get within that budget. I kind of talked a little bit about this, but identifying some of those frequency outliers. Were there locations where we were cleaning 7 days a week? As you can see, the costs of a 7-day-a-week location at $902 versus $196 is significantly different. So not only saying should it be there, but what is the appropriate level of service for that specific location. So here's what you're looking at for updated costs. This is the same chart, but kind of simplified a little bit. But what you're seeing is the red circles are kind of dollar amounts that we kind of identified ones that weren't needed, ones that could physically be removed. And then the open black circles are ones where dollars that we identified could be saved through cleaning frequency decreases. So you can see, there's places like in our, say, compliance. We're not able to remove a lot of portable restrooms because they're there for a reason. We have to have them out because of beach compliance. Or our operation centers, similarly, we need restrooms for our folks who are reporting to those who don't have interior plumbing. But maybe some of the programming ones or the regional trails, programming was able to remove more, thinking we'd be able to do more kind of on-demand BIF ordering versus having it as a part of the base level of service, which is really important. These are ones that are going to be out there almost no matter what is going on. So how did the updated costs look? I'm not going to go through each one of these numbers, but the updated the kind of service levels are about removing about 31% of the cost of our BIF contract. This is still not making it all the way, really, to what asset management is budgeted for, but we feel like we're getting closer. And here's what we're looking at for quantities. So, regional trails going from 35 locations to 26 locations, programming locations 39 to 28. Similar in the winter, but a little bit less. So what are kind of the next steps, right? That's kind of talking about some of that first step that we took. The next steps really, we implemented this and working with BIF's, our contractor, on kind of changing how we're billing, changing what we have out there right now. We're going to continue and have been continuing to receive looking at what the summer distribution is. Do we get feedback that we need more? Implementing a process for adding and updating this. So the real key part of this is once we have a base level of service, we can say, yes, we are going to add this, or no, we're not going to add this. In the past, it really existed. We were responding to the need, but we really didn't have a base kind of that we could build off of or say, no, that's not a part of our base level of service, but we could consider it, and then consider the cost that would also go along with that. And probably my favorite part of this is being able to communicate this to the public and actually share locations out with them to say, here are where all the portable restrooms are, here are all actually where the exterior facing non-portable restrooms are. Here's the service level frequency that we have, right? Here's when they come in, here's when they come out in the winter. Maybe there's one out at Lake of the Isles in the winter, but it's not out there in the summer. So that they can always go and go, where is the closest restroom facility? Now that we have that base level of service, we're able to do that. Things like standardizing design to make them hopefully look better, be more stable, things like that, and then continuing to explore ways to expand service levels to all of our restroom facilities. So kind of in summary, because I knew I was going to try to go through this as quickly as I could, really the portable restroom cost has grown significantly since 2017 with major increases in 2020. There has not really been an audited inventory or base level of service established for this. By establishing this base level of service, we're able to more effectively manage and change our level of service for portable restroom locations. And by placing ownership over those with the departments closest to it, we're better able to manage and balance the costs. This really is meant to be fluid. This isn't meant to be, I'm coming to you with the locations that the portable restrooms are going to be for the rest, but it's meant to establish that base so that we can say, yes, that is in the base, no, it's not. Now we can change it. And we believe that this new system will allow staff, public commissioners to better understand and analyze and make decisions about portable restrooms across the system. So one of the other things that were requested from us, and I'm going to go through this quickly, and this information has been provided by Director Swenson and folks from his team, are around seasonal permanent restrooms. We saw that really big cost, right? That really big cost of $585,000 and kind of our current level of service. What if we just replaced all of our bathroom facilities with permanent facilities? And so they've been able to pull some numbers and pull some precedents on recent bathrooms. This is at South Cedar Beach. Was opened in 2018 with a cost of around $487,000 to build this restroom. A big part of restroom facility costs, as you can see, as Director Swenson has put in here, are the utilities and the utility connections to those buildings. It's not just a building, it is kind of both the sewer and the water that are running into them. A similar example on one that I don't believe has even opened yet, just opening, is the Upper Father Hennepin Bluff restroom, which is also kind of acts as a stage and a restroom facility, looking at a cost of around $1 million. And then another example of one that would be connected to a kind of a pool facility, the restroom and mechanical room at Jordan Park, with a cost of about $850,000. So as you can see, I don't want to make this assumption, but it's building permanent restroom facilities, because of the cost is not sometimes the most, we can't out portable restroom our way through building permanent facilities, at least in the short term, just due to the cost, especially around the utilities of putting those facilities in. So that is the end of my presentation. Any
Awesome.
questions?
Thank you so much. Commissioner Mins.
Thanks, Chris. That was really great. So I got a couple of questions. So how many of those costs might be reimbursed by permitted users? So if a group does a permit, do they pay for the BIF cost, or is that reflected in the overall $585,000 number?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, I can't speak to this directly. This might be a question that Assistant Superintendent Kalb could answer, or Jeremy. I've had this discussion with Recreation. I know it's something that they look at and are planning on, evaluating more in working with Director Humphrey, who went through all of this. But I'm not exactly sure how those are paid for right now.
Okay.
Or if I do know that there are, example, like the marathon, right? The marathon is done. The Minneapolis Park Board does not pay for those BIF locations, I guess, Jen. Yeah.
President Pro Tem Smith.
Secretary Ringo.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. Commissioner Menz, for anything that is our permitted events, so something that like the marathon or some other large event comes in, those events pay for the BIFs. What I'm not certain of, and where maybe Assistant Superintendent Barrick or Assistant Superintendent Kalb can respond, is when we actually have things like field rentals or something along those lines, if there's any cost sharing there. I don't know how that works. But anything that's an event, a permitted event.
No, I don't think that there is. I'm wondering about that cost. So like the marathon, is that a cost of the total contract, or is that in addition to the $585,000? So that's more money that BIF, the portable restroom company, is getting through Park Board usage.
Commissioner Menz, the $585,000 is based on our current level of service, the Park Board's cost.
Okay.
It would not, the marathon BIFs would not be within that dollar amount.
Okay, great, thank you. And then, I saw the other bathroom facilities, and I know that those are really, really expensive, and that's not necessarily a realistic option. But there are some places where there's like standing structures that sort of house the BIF, especially in those places where there might be a need for a restroom for part of the year. How much are those structures? Do we have a cost estimate on those structures?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, you're speaking of kind of like almost the wood shielding, or a more kind of permanent structure?
Some kind of like permanent structure where there's portable restrooms there most of the year.
Yeah, sure. So we do build, as you see in the system, we do build those kind of like shelter almost facilities around the portable restrooms in different locations. So I think that would be part of a little bit when I addressed kind of that standardization. It's not everywhere. Those are oftentimes built as either a part of capital projects or by our trade shops in our carpentry department. So that could be something that we could institute more systematically across the system to essentially shield those structures if the concern was kind of the visual appeal of them. But they, if kind of thinking of like the Loring Park, there's actually, and then some other ones around Beday-McCoska have those kind of wood shields around them.
We don't have a number for that though, like how much those cost?
Oh, do you have a number? Yeah.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, it depends if we're doing the concrete slab plus the anchors, the wood. So I believe the number's around 10,000 for if it's a slab and the wood and the labor and all the time. Yeah, it's an investment. So when we have a request to add a shelter, we have to look at the budgets and make sure we can do it.
Okay. And then is there any change that would happen to the cost of the contract by reducing it if the bathroom schedules were in a different time frame? I know that we've discussed this, and from my perspective, with climate change, there seems to be maybe a longer period of time where we could keep the physical bathrooms open, so that those spaces where we add a BIF, like, what would that do? Do we know, or do we have any idea if that's possible?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, under our new level of service, we have looked at all of the existing places where we had interior restrooms. And there are not many places left in the system right now under the updated level of service where there is a BIF supplementary to it's mostly within neighborhood parks, supplementary to an interior, a park with an interior restroom. So I don't have the exact number on how many those are right now, and if we could decrease the quantity of BIFs if the bathroom schedules were extended, but it's not many locations. Yeah, go ahead. No, you're good.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Benz, I would be remiss not to plug our current job posting for the weekend bathroom lockup position. It's an excellent part-time position, pays $18 an hour. We are having a hard time recruiting people to provide lockup services at night. Right now, it's handled across the board with police, park agents, recreation, maintenance. Even our AIS inspectors have a few bathrooms assigned to them where they have to walk down the path and go lock the door at night. So the permanent facilities do present a different kind of challenge where now we've got to get them locked up to a schedule. Extending that can lead to some other challenges with staff safety and then finding folks who are willing to work those hours. So but again, if you have a friend who is interested in a part-time job, that is a good one.
So, because we don't lock up the portable restrooms.
Right. We do
They're
not
left
lock
open.
the portable restrooms, no.
I mean, and that is an issue at times. That we don't get those, I mean, it's just an unrealistic, but I mean, there are places where we could, and thank you for posting that job posting here publicly, Jeremy. Maybe my daughter will wake up and do that. So how much, if I have another question, I'll ask later. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I appreciate the volume of information that has been collected, analyzed, and packaged for us so beautifully this evening. It's something I'm really appreciating a lot coming out of operations these past couple of years, so thank you for that work. Please keep it up. It makes it a lot easier for me to ask smart questions later while feeling like I might actually understand a little bit of what I'm talking about. When you're doing the analysis around determining where restroom facilities should be located seasonally, are we taking into consideration locations we don't currently have them, but we encourage people to linger for long periods of time, and they're likely making use of the shrubbery and other landscape elements around those spaces as restrooms currently?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Musich, yes. So when we worked with, when we met with operations staff, when we met with recreation staff, when we met with visitor service staff, there were actually locations that we did add. And there were, when I talk a lot about taking away in this presentation, because as you see that was, and there were also locations where we increased the level of frequency of cleaning based on issues that were being had. I would say that that is the exception, and I believe when we looked at it, there was only a couple sites. I think that now that we have a base level of service, we can almost present that as this is what we're looking at now. Are we missing anything? And because before we really didn't have anything to almost like on the table to go, yeah, we do need to add to this, or no, we don't. And so now that we have something on the table, if there were more sites like that, I think that's what we're hoping to catch and add if, you know, if there is a need. So I will say we did, I believe that there was 2 sites that were added as a part of this base level of service, as a part of this process, but that wasn't really the focus of the endeavor. I think that almost comes later after we have this base level of service established.
Okay, so I've received a number of complaints and I've forwarded them on over the years, but primarily around our fishing piers. We encourage people to hang out there for many, many hours. Most of them are about a mile to a half mile from the nearest restroom facility. People have told me I'm not walking that far to go to the bathroom. I'm just using the shrubs. So, particularly around our water bodies where humans urinating immediately adjacent to the water body are going to cause problems with bacterial content and nitrates in the water. I really hope that we could be thinking about water quality and finding ways to help connect people to restroom facilities in those areas in particular would be helpful. And then something you didn't talk about during your presentation, because it's probably not an issue in most locations, but something that I have observed within the system is the servicing of the BIFs damaging the adjacent infrastructure and landscapes. So as part of the analysis work that you're doing, determining ways to mitigate or eliminate that damage that's occurring while these heavy vehicles are getting to these restroom facilities in the locations people want them?
Yeah, President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Nusich, exactly. And we had that kind of as a next step on almost like some design standards. And in a big part of that, I've seen this exactly too. I think I'm probably talking about a similar location on the northeast corner of Lake Nokomis, where a very heavy vehicle has to drive across a bunch of grass, 2 trails, and more grass to get access to that location. And so once again, having this established and then going, okay, where do we have some that are, and doing some analysis that where do we have portable restroom locations that are over 20 feet away from an accessible route. Another example would be the south side of Lake Harriet, where it's where a vehicle has to drive significant distance down a path to get to that portable restroom location, and it's out in the winter and the trail gets smaller. So yes, that is a part of kind of a next step of analysis of where we could clean up some of those locations and kind of provide a better service and ensure that we're not doing additional destruction to service them.
All right, great. I'm glad to hear that those things are on your radar and coming with the next update we get on this topic sometime in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Abini.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. So, Mr. DeRoche, are you going to have a map? Because you sort of said there's going to be a map, and will it be an interactive map? And can people put, a wish list, dot on the map? Because I've actually had quite a few people suggest great locations for, any kind of bathroom. It's been surprising to me how important this issue is to people. So, and that way at least you could track requests. I'm not saying you respond to them with a BIF, but are you going to be able to have it be interactive or like the trail map? Yeah,
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Benny, we haven't finalized what that would look like, but as you mentioned with the trail map, one of the things that we did with kind of the trail dashboard was provide people the opportunity to see, or we're recording where people are asking for additional levels of service. So whether that happens and is displayed, whether that's directly they're able to do that, or we're doing that internally. We're going, okay, we heard that there was a request here, and we're capturing that. I think we haven't decided yet on that. But,
so please tell us how you want to get that information, because I don't want to just be sending these to a black hole. I did it again, get it? But I want to be sure that I can send requests that are being contemplated, because I think the best place to put a bathroom is where somebody needs to use a bathroom. But I did have, right? So everyone's going to want a bathroom where they think where they need the bathroom, right? I mean, but I did have somebody, even inquire really about what are the spacing requirements, assuming there was some kind of a standard. So please give us a place to give you this information, and then so you can compile it and make some choices, because I wouldn't never promise anybody, oh, I'll be sure to get you a bathroom. I'm not going to do that. And then I'm also very compelled by this idea of design standards generally that are looking at accessibility, of course, but also just maintenance access. That's great. And then for the permanent bathrooms too, I think one of the costs missing there are maybe things like lockup with the operations. There's also the utilities you have to purchase. What if somebody leaves a toilet overflowing for a day? And also just the cleaning. And I would imagine that cleaning, it's hard to find people to do that work. So I think these are a great solution. Can I ask one more thing too? So, and do we have any, and maybe that's more for Cliff, but do we have design standards for these standalone bathroom buildings? Because there are a few in the system. And it would be I don't like using very remote places where I go into a room with a closed door where I can't see the whole room. Does that make sense? So I won't use them, but I would use like a single stall, like a BIF.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Benny, we really don't have standards. For our interior restrooms that we do at our facilities, we use a directive.
That's okay.
Which is something that we use so we have single-use restrooms, et cetera. We try to do that. If you look at like the Jordan Park design that we showed here, there are 3 single-use restrooms.
Okay.
But again, it's like you said, from a maintenance side, right? There's 3 restrooms to lock up.
Yep.
The difference at Jordan Park is it's also a pool mechanical room. And it's also, we're providing a maintenance space. So they'll have a touchdown space that operations will be using. But again, no real design standards for our, permanent seasonal restrooms. However, we try to use our interior standards where we use single occupancy rooms.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
I had a question around service, what's included with what the BIF does compared to what the park keepers do. We've had lots of issues in some of our District 4 parks with needle use and unsanitary conditions within the BIFs that make them inaccessible.
Yeah, so as a part of President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Schaefer, as a part of the BIF's contract, whenever they come out, they are doing a cleaning of that BIF. So that is removing any of if there are needles there, if there is garbage in the space, they're obviously removing the waste, restocking what is in there, whether that's toilet paper or the hand sanitizer, and then doing minor graffiti removal that they can do with the tools that they have. If there is major graffiti, they'll oftentimes either remove those locations and put out a new one, or we'll call in a separate group. One of the things that I think is really important to know is that if we do have service levels that are even 4 days a week, 3 days a week, there could be a couple days. So they could come out and clean on a Monday, and someone could go in there right after they leave, and then you would have a few days where there could be, whether that is garbage, whether that is needles in those. But as a service, they do remove those things.
Okay.
And that is similar to what our park keepers are doing when they're going in and cleaning restrooms. They're removing garbage from the space, they're cleaning it up to prepare it to what we would be an expected clean bathroom.
So the park keepers don't regularly enter the BIFs as part of their job description?
They do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. And then the last question I just had, I love the idea of wood shields being kind of a design standard for all of our BIFs, if you want to start in certain areas. And I'm also thinking of all this teen hiring that we're doing and some of the carpentry work that you guys spearheaded. I'm wondering if that could be a project that could really reduce that $10,000 amount per unit if we have a tradesman helping youth build BIF containers. Yeah.
Thank you. I have one question. What does it cost to own a BIF versus renting them?
President Pro Tem Smith, I don't have an answer to that. I would say the physical cost of the enclosure is going to be fairly inexpensive. The most expensive part of it is the service. You need a place to put the things that you take out of the BIF. So I don't actually have a cost of what it would cost if we were to own it.
I do not want one, but I was thinking of the price of ownership versus renting, and then a department to service it that is our own, or servicing out versus the total cost. So, Thank you. Moving right on, We're back to Commissioner Mintz for a second time.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. Not to open a can of worms, but have we ever considered composting toilets? Or what is the challenge around those entities in a park system? I guess that's what I'm asking, is like, could that be a part of the solution for those places where we do have almost permanent BIFs?
Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz. The place that comes to mind for me is Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden. There is what appears to be a compost toilet, but it's actually serviced by BIFs. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of I don't know what you call it, simple bathroom, right? With a tank that has to be pumped, not daily or anything like that, but there's a frequency to it, and Cliff might be able to speak more of other projects. I can only go back 6.5 years, so.
Oh, it's old, yeah.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz. So you're right, Eloise Butler, that's really the only kind of true like pit toilet that I know. Chris told me when we were doing some research here that actually BIFs maintains that for us, right? Or they pump that tank. So we have to be careful here when we think about pit toilets or even compost toilets, right? When we build a building, if we call it a building, we have to follow the Minnesota Building Code. And Minnesota Building Code says that you have to connect to sewer and water, and you have to have gravity feed sewer service, right? So
that's enough. That answers my question.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, totally answers my question. But I do have, so I do want to share though that I think that this is, the BIFs and the portable toilets are a huge part of our park system, and it's a front-facing part, unfortunately. So how we spiff them is important, and plus, and I know that there's risks of vandalism on anything we build, but I love Commissioner Schaefer's idea. That is a great idea. Because if we put those structures up, then we could maybe even put like some sort of QR code for constituents or citizens to submit a complaint, or if it's not being serviced, because I trust our staff to do what we're going to do. But sometimes BIF doesn't always clean the restrooms the way they need to. So I just want us to hold that company accountable, because we are giving them a lot of business.
Thank you. Commissioner Forney.
Thank you, Pro Tem Smith. Wonderful conversation. And I just have to compliment you, Chris. Your enthusiasm, your whatever, about BIFs. Really? Anyway, no, really, we so appreciate, you're always very energized, so thank you so much and everything. So on that, wherever we talk, the compost, whatever, poor Assistant Superintendent Schroeder hears me ask, there's such a thing as a container, completely all in one unit type of toilet that apparently, and Cliff, you made the comment about the state of Minnesota. I thought it was the city. Anyway, any way we can get a year-round, I think would be something we seriously need to look at. And when I look at it, I mean, $585,000, yes, it's a lot of money. And over 10 years, that could pay for a lot of year-round or seasonal or whichever way you want to call it. But I would advocate for having more permanent, is my feeling. And as far as you advocate, no, first of all, have we looked at what other communities do? Like St. Paul, in the same, weather system, Michigan, Wisconsin, stuff like that. But anyway, just something you might want to consider. How are they addressing the issue? And if you want to advertise for people to help out with the BIFs, spiff the BIFs.
There it is. Thank you. Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so, I don't know, I kind of go back and forth on this, but I will bring up that a lot of cities around the world, it maybe goes against our sensibilities, have pay toilets. And, I wouldn't want that to be the default, but if it allows us to increase service, I think that is something that we could consider. It has built-in maintenance costs, it has ones that I've used, they lock automatically, they do all these other things, and if it allows us to put a toilet where we have not been able to put a toilet, or to maintain costs so we can put more towards permanent structures or whatever, I think it is something that maybe we could pilot one or something if it's not completely against our bylaws or whatever. I just know that those are successful in other places in the world. I've used them. They're, you're kind of like, ah, damn, I wish it, was free or whatever, but I'd rather have one where I have to pay $1 than none at all. So just a suggestion, maybe something we could look into, although I can already imagine headlines or whatever, park board making you pay for whatever, but it could be something that's, good government, so just that.
Awesome. Chris, thank you. You have been, oh, just kidding.
You sure?
Now or never.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. I appreciate the quick moment, but I just want to acknowledge, the work that Chris and the team have been doing has just really been outstanding. One of the things I said when I came into the organization was this accountability of data and transparency around the work that we do. And I know that even Commissioner Schaefer, we've talked about zero-based budgeting and understanding the taxpayer dollar and the importance of how we look at our financial system, how we start to understand the work that we're doing out in the community. This is a really prime example of that, even without yet still even going through that exercise with the work that Chris and his team is doing. We're starting to show really the spending that we have, you see the amount, and then sort of bring it down to more of a normal, and then really being thoughtful about where things go in our park system and start having those questions. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that we're doing, not only around our snow routes, not only around our mowing, we can go on and on, the presentations that have been brought forward, but I just want to acknowledge publicly that we are really diligent in really looking at our finances, how we spend, the needs, and I just wanted to just say thank you to our team, and just to say great work for this group, so, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just echo Superintendent Bangora's sentiment in terms of thank you to you and the team and all the folks that put this together. Restrooms are extremely important. It's one of the things that we take for granted oftentimes, and I know this from running a farmer's market, how really important it is, especially when you think about families and just accessibility, but also just it offers people an opportunity who may be unhoused to have a space to clean up. And so you kind of get the good and the bad. So I appreciate the effort that you all put into sharing this information with us and the public, so thank you. All right, we're moving right on. I think we got Director Adam Arvidsson coming up. Got to tap that.
That's a tough act to follow. So, President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioners, I'm here for the monthly racial equity update, and today I'm going to talk about community engagement plans and how we've incorporated racial equity into community engagement plans. I have a tough act to follow, actually several tough acts to follow. I know it's late, so I'm going to do this in one slide, not including this one. So you ready? Here we go. So we have a community engagement policy adopted by the board, and that community engagement policy is required for projects, programs, and initiatives that are going to change the way the public use the parks. The community engagement policy requires that we create a community engagement assessment that determines what level of engagement the community is going to see from us. That can either fall into the inform category or the consult, involve, and partner. And if it's in one of those right-sided ones, then we have to create a community engagement plan, which is a longer document that makes a minimum promise to the community about how we're going to engage them. And when this was all being developed, simultaneous to that, we were going through the process with GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and we were exploring how we use racial equity toolkits to do our work. And so what was decided is that when we created this new template for a community engagement plan, we embedded a racial equity toolkit right into that. So the trend at the time was, that we were doing community engagement and many agencies were writing community engagement plans, And we were also doing racial equity toolkits kind of on the side. And in a lot of cases, community was demanding that we would do a racial equity toolkit in addition to executing the project as normal. So we folded those things together so that we could consistently and essentially on every project that has a community engagement plan, that we would fold racial equity toolkit principles directly into that. So a racial equity toolkit, and this is kind of cribbed from the GARE one, there are a couple out there, but it has a few key pieces associated with it. There's always an upfront proposal. Basically, what are we going to do? What are the outcomes of the project that we're considering? And then the very second thing that gets done is that we look at all the data. We need to understand our community first before we actually begin the work on the project. Then we do community engagement once we understand the community. So we look at how those communities have been engaged and who was engaged based on that data. Racial equity toolkits then also look at an analysis of who might be burdened by a particular proposal. There's typically an implementation step, and then there's accountability. So that sixth one is important, and I'll come back to it later. So racial equity toolkits ask us to say how we're going to evaluate our results and how we're going to measure whether we did what was promised. So in our CE plan template, you notice I'm still on one slide. We do require a project description, and these numbers are exactly the sections within our community engagement plan template. So we have a project description right up front that provides the overview, outcomes, and timeline. And then number 2, you'll see the parallel. That's when we do our data analysis. We actually do a demographic analysis right there up front, and we also identify data gaps that might exist before we start identifying what our community engagement is going to be. We also have an analysis section, section 4, where we talk about what questions we might ask of the community, how are those methods going to be equitable, and we also identify several milestones in the project. So all of those things happen at project startup, and they lead to a board submittal of the CE plan. So you see many of these come forward as P's and C's, and they include those 4 sections filled out, but not the 5th section, which is our evaluation summary. That actually happens later. And this is an interesting corollary for how it relates to the racial equity toolkit. So now I'm going to bring these two things together. So the proposal and project description are obviously mirrors of each other. The data is something that we do also up front before discovering community engagement or determining community engagement. What that allows is because the data is happening before the community engagement, the data can drive that community engagement. So it's hard to say who you're going to engage if you don't know who lives there in your project area. So it's important to do that disaggregation of data up front. And our community engagement plans, the template that you follow, requires that that happen in order. The analysis is there, of course, obvious parallel. And as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about accountability. So under the accountability piece, in a racial equity toolkit, you might say, hey, how am I going to do all the evaluation? How am I going to figure this out? So we actually built in a tool that the project managers are using to evaluate how they did on their community engagement plans. So the first piece of accountability is that board submittal. So at the beginning of a project, we're saying, here's how we're going to engage, here's who we're going to engage. So that marker has been put out there. It's public, it's in the community, and you all see it. The identification of the milestone that occurs in that project says when we are going to reflect back. And most often, that's when we have a concept design that we're about to bring to the board for approval. We're going to go and take a look back. We're going to do an evaluation summary, and most notably, we're going to ask if we met our community engagement goals. So we look back at the demographics of who was engaged, we look back at the work that we did, and we ask that question, did we keep our promise? And if we did, then we resubmit that community engagement plan with section 5 filled out back to you when the concept plan is approved. It's sort of the proof of the engagement that we did. If not, we cycle back up to step number 3 and do more community engagement in order to meet those goals. And one quick example on that front, and that's rare, but one quick example is the Cedar Isles Park Plan, where after struggling through a summer of engagement in the midst of COVID, we were unable to say that we had appropriately engaged communities beyond the immediately adjacent residents. We didn't feel like we'd been able to do the work well enough. So when that evaluation happened, because there was a milestone at that moment, before we moved into design concepts, we had a milestone. We actually cycled back, we extended the project for another 6 months, did another round of engagement. We went out into the field and talked to more people. We did different kinds of engagement. We had, we had Hmong translators with us talking to fishermen on the shore. We did stuff like that. And then after 6 months, we circled back and reconvened the CAC and continued the project along that way. And if again, you get down to the evaluation summary and you find again that it hasn't been done, you cycle back up to number 3. So I think the key here is to note that every project that we do that has a community engagement plan is embedding a racial equity toolkit inherently into that work, because we customized that template in a way that takes these principles into play. And the 2 major principles out of a racial equity toolkit that we're employing are data first before determining community engagement, and secondly, that cyclical evaluation and go back and redo your work if you haven't met your strategies. So there in one slide is our racial equity minute for the month. I would love to take questions if you have any.
Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. Just a quick question. And I like this, and I'm actually going to go back and watch that because that was way too fast for me to totally absorb. So I think this is fine and good, and we should be using the racial equity toolkit. But I kind of see it maybe as more of a point that this is going through, that the community engagement process exists, ahead of that in a larger way. There are other parts of the community engagement process besides the racial equity lens that it runs through that are which aren't discussed here. In other words, this is not describing the whole community engagement process necessarily, or you think that it is? Are you saying that it does?
President Pro Tem Smith and Commissioner Benny, the community engagement plan that we write is meant to describe our entire community engagement process.
Okay.
And so when we identify in item 3, the community engagement that we're going to do, that's considered a minimum promise to the community. We often exceed that promise. But we're starting to list there all the folks that we intend to engage, the different stakeholder groups, and then we follow through on that work.
Right. So, but the racial equity part of that is a sort of a subset of that. It's embedded in it. I guess when you say groups, you're referring to that, but I also think that it's broader than that as well. I would just say that it's going through that lens, but unless you're intending to say that that is essentially the heart and the essence of the process. Here's where I'm going, because, that's fine and good, but the audit committee that I'm on is going to be asking to talk with you probably about, the auditors are going to be looking at the process. And it's also about making sure that voices aren't drowned out or other people aren't coming into the process that maybe shouldn't be included in the process, that there are controls in place, So I think that's going to be important because right now I see that, you're wanting to make sure you hear from people, but how do you know you're hearing from people that you shouldn't be hearing from, that maybe have no stake in it, like because they live in Boulder, Colorado or something like that. So to me that this is a really important part of the process, but I think there's some other factors. And so I'm just sort of saying that. That's coming from the audit committee, hopefully sometime this year.
Thank you. Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Smith. Director Arvidsson, this is really helpful to see it all in one place because I know that I've been a little bit confused about how we decide on community engagement. We do a really good job with community engagement, but like seeing how it works together. So when we go back, my question is, when we're identifying stakeholders or when we're looping back to say we didn't do good enough, right? Or we didn't engage enough of the community, we're recognizing that there's some dissent. How does that, who's the we? who's the we that's making that choice or those, assessments?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, I'll answer two different questions, and maybe one of them wasn't a question, so I apologize if it's presumptuous. Dissent in a project doesn't always equate to that we haven't done the engagement. So there will often be dissent in projects, and typically the more engagement that we do, sometimes the more dissent we have, because there are many more voices at the table. The determination of whether to bolster the engagement that we've already done is typically made by the project manager as they're doing an evaluation of their CE goals. And when they do that evaluation, they're filling out section 5 of the community engagement plan. So there's a series of questions in section 5, which you can see on any of the plans that are submitted to you as Ps and Cs, that project manager will fill out at their milestone. And if their milestone is that they're bringing concept plan approval to you for approval, those questions will all be filled out. If they're bringing it to you, they've made the evaluation and believe that they've done the work that was promised. If you differ with that, you can look at their evaluation and hold over the concept approval. But in most cases, we would do the evaluation as staff, and we wouldn't bring something forward, or we wouldn't go past a milestone until we've been able to fill out that evaluation summary in a way that shows that it's in line with the engagement we promised.
Okay. And then, it just sort of feels like we sometimes maybe are working in a vacuum back and forth. And that's not, and I'm not saying that we're perfect, but I wonder what would your department or you individually, what would you do to change this policy that would enhance it? Like what, besides us looking at it and approving these engagement plans, what's missing? Is there anything missing?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, so the, strictly speaking, the item I'm describing is a template for creating a community engagement plan. Not a policy. So, you don't adopt that template. The policy is obviously the purview of the board. We're regularly making tweaks to the template as we sort of learn more about how best to kind of track the work that we're doing. And we're exploring actually making a fairly large leap to, rather than a Word document template, having it be more of a form that can be filled out digitally so that there's more consistency across projects around tracking who's been engaged in our projects. So that's one improvement that I would make, is kind of thinking about how do we streamline the system, because right now there's opportunities for a lack of consistency from one project to the next in terms of, say, how we collect demographic data. So we have developed demographic data standards that have rolled out in the organization. That's a big step. And now if we can kind of regularize that functionally into the community engagement plan template, that would be a big step, I think.
Okay. And then when we're identifying that data, are the rec centers in that area or the parks in that area, how do the people who work at the parks or see people engaged in the parks contribute to that initial data that you're looking at?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, they rarely do. The data that we're exploring is trying to understand who is in the community that we would engage around a park. So in a neighborhood park, it would be maybe a smaller geographic area. In a larger regional park, it's going to be a much larger geographic area. We're trying to understand what groups, particularly underrepresented groups, might exist in those communities. So we're looking at demographic data. We're looking at any understanding we might have about usership, like in the regional parks in particular. We understand the user groups a little better than in the neighborhood parks. But I think I take your question as a good suggestion for trying to understand, maybe to leverage rec center staff to understand who the actual user group in the park might be.
Well, and I think that it comes from a strength too. Like the strength of our park system a lot of times is those rec centers and people who are going to the park. And utilizing that anecdotal information is good data for us when we engage, and it could be good data for us on the front end. So this is great. I just would encourage us to maybe look at that on the front end.
All right, Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so I'm wondering within the data, so we go and we say, we look at the population data, we determine, this area is 90% white, 8% Hispanic, 2% black or whatever. And, we want roughly that sort of, ratio as we're looking and getting our engagement. Do we weight towards minority groups on what they say and what they have to say? So let's say that, the people of color in that neighborhood want a specific thing, but then we're hearing from, the white majority folks like, oh, well, I really don't know if I want that activity because of X or whatever. We hear this, and some things, Shakopee just removed basketball nets or whatever because they felt like they didn't have enough police. Do we weight what we hear from certain groups? So even if they're, minorities within a certain area, they're not being kind of overruled, actually creating equity. Do we do that?
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Olson, I think every project is different. And I think every engagement effort that we do around a project, there's 1,000 things to weigh and 1,000 voices to look at. And I think that our lengthy effort to create vision plans for all of our parks was meant to actually create a really big tent where we could figure out how to put all the different things that people want in all the different parks that we have, rather than having every conversation about every park be this battle over this little plot of ground, right? So we tried to put those in very large context and understand how we can't always put everything in every park, and the parks have to work as a system. And when we do implementation work, we are using the vision plan of a park as the basis point. Waiting, I don't know if I would use that word. I think we need to, hear the voices that are coming to the table, and think about, like, I guess by way of example, as 90% white, 8% Hispanic, if 3 people of Hispanic ethnicity show up, that's a very large proportion of that population. Are we sort of valuing them less because they're representing like fewer per person? I don't think we do that. I think it's more of a conversation toward community consensus. That's what we're striving for at the meetings and at all the engagement events that we do. It's also why we do a very wide variety of engagement events, because different people are going to show up for different things. And that's what Section 3, the community engagement sort of list, which again is in all the CE plans that you all see, like that list of who the stakeholders are and how they're likely to be engaged. That list can get pretty lengthy depending on a project, because we know there might be neighborhood groups, but also nonprofits that we want to check in with. And all that's driven by trying to gain, first, a better understanding of who actually is in that neighborhood. I know that was a long-winded answer to your question, so I'll maybe just circle back and say every project is a little bit different, and we have to tackle it in a different way. And we have to rely on the expertise of project managers to be trying to form that community consensus and understand where the input is coming from and how that presses on the vision plan that's already there and the overall desires for the park system.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, great answer. I know we're thinking about it. I just, equity is more than just equality, right? If every voice is just equal, then we just kind of stay where we are. And so, I think you acknowledge that, and I think throughout our whole processes, we're acknowledging that, but, wanted to bring that up to make sure that we are considering that. So thanks.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Just one quick comment. I'm wondering if on this project data number 2, if we need to think about adding parameters, and maybe it's site-specific, but if we need to add some parameters or boundaries, maybe too strong of a word, around that particular site. I'm thinking of, like the first tree assessment map that we did for the Cedar Isles master plan. To understand that we layer in some of these pieces that better inform the community engagement process before, after, and, for commissioners at the end. I think Commissioner Benny's point about being able to weed out of state or whatever the region might be that you want to keep your parameter in might be something that fits in that project data category. There could be, a multitude of things, stormwater. I mean, there could be a lot of different things that I think are more hard data that really would enhance our community engagement. So that we don't have a million ideas that really don't work with this, legacy tree that we have right here at this site location, or whatever. I'm using that as an example. I'm sure there's other things, but I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. I do have maybe a couple questions or maybe more of a statement, but I think when we talk about the data drives the community engagement, sort of the demographics around certain projects and how we do that, sort of alluding to what Commissioner Olson was saying in terms of what equality truly means. And I think that while we have a really amazing staff, we don't have a very racially diverse staff. And so my perception of what is being relayed in community may be limited based on my own perception. And so if we don't lean on the expertise of even like the rec center director or staff, I think we inherently create a system that does not address this, right? And it is no short against the staff. It's just to say, this is how this works, right? And so the complexities of this, and yet the really simple answer of hey, if I'm Matt Bell, who was the park director at PV, and I think Matt's at Central now, I have a relationship in community. I live in community. My kids go to school in community, which sometimes is unique because some of our directors are not there. But that relationship allows for Matt and anecdotally to say, hey, here's what we're seeing in terms of trends for folks utilizing the park. But also when I'm in neighborhood and in community, here's what I see in proximity. How do we get at that? I think that's something that maybe we can explore a little bit. And I think one of the challenges that I think about that has really put this to test is when we talk about North Commons, right? We talk about what is happening there and what subsets of community have felt completely excluded from the process, and then those who feel overly invested in the process, right? And the true demographics, if you draw a circle around the 1 mile radius of North Commons, it's the highest concentration of young people in the state of Minnesota. We did not truly go after a process to engage young people because we use very adult systems. We didn't go into schools. We didn't offer free food. We didn't offer things that young people enjoy on a more frequent basis, the same way that we did the adult level things, right? And not to say that we didn't do any, but I'm saying that there's a greater effort that has to go into it. And so maybe something to think about as I'm hearing myself out loud, that maybe inherently there is still a level of bias that we're catching with our staff just based on what they're hearing, and how fast sometimes demographics in a community could dramatically change. I think about Corcoran Park as a perfect example of when I first got to Corcoran and where Corcoran is now. It's dramatically different in terms of homeowners and renters in the neighborhood who have children, who don't have children, who are like, I don't like your plan anymore, Alicia. And I'm like, well, hey, I just got on the board, so relax. So I think that's maybe something we could think about and maybe flesh out a little bit more. And I'm going to turn it back over to Commissioner Schaefer.
I just want to say President Pro Tem Smith, I think, brings up something that I think fits this idea of staff input somewhere along in this process, either around operations or maintenance or rec centers, leadership in the youth programming around a design at a park. I do think that's a valuable piece of information that I'm not sure if it begins up at number 2, where we talk about the hard data that's in the site, or if it's down after the first plan. But I think that's a really insightful point. And we did touch on that with the Greenway recent discussion. You had brought, staff and operations into that process. And I think that's really helpful and important.
Go for it.
Sorry, may I, President Pro Tem Smith, I want to be very clear that the steps that you see here are not the project steps. This is like 0.05% of the project is writing a community engagement plan. We engage heavily throughout the project with rec center staff, with operations staff. There are internal project teams from across the organization that work with us. And when I refer to data that needs to be collected as part of the community engagement plan, that is data that we need to understand the community that we are going to engage. And I think it was a great salient point that rec center directors specifically may have insight into who the community is. We do consult with neighborhood organizations. They weigh in on these plans before they come to you. So there is a community touch point all the way up at the data, at the number 2. But I just do want to be clear that once we get all the way through number 4 and submitting this to the board as a PNC, which launches the project, then there's tons of internal, external, all of that engagement. That's when we do the tree assessment. That's when we do kind of all of that more detailed project work. And that this is just a statement of how we're going to engage the community around a park in a particular project. It's the minimum promise of how we'll engage folks.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions?
I just think there is an improvement in that process that can happen. We had 2 cedar trees that were cut down in meadows this week that were not known in the plan. They weren't going out there to do the work, and the field won't fit because there's 2 big trees sitting right there, and they were able to save 10 of the 12, but it still means a big surprise to the community that these 50-year-old trees were lost. And Whittier, we had the same redesign issue that I know you're aware of, where we all of a sudden, 10 years later, we get to the plan, and there's some trees in the middle of the plan. And I just think, I don't know if there's some pieces of that operations maintenance piece that belong further in the equation to save staff time and save community angst. That's my only point, but I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. All right. We're going to go to recess because we need to potentially bring up something from Ops and Environment. So I'll recess the full board.
The time being
at 9:15 p.m.
The time being 9:16 p.m., I call to order the Operations and Environment Committee. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Alper. Commissioner Abene.
Present.
Vice Chair Menz.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve our agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. We have an agenda. Looks like we also have minutes. Could I get someone to move the minutes for the Operations and Environment Committee from April 26, 2023?
So moved.
Lovely. Thank you so much. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? That motion carries. We have adopted our minutes, and we have before us this evening a action item. Could I get a motion for Resolution 2023-105, please?
2023-105, a resolution approving maintenance agreements for 5 murals as a part of the Parks for All Vandalism Mitigation Mural Project at Boom Island within the Central Riverfront Regional Park, Bede-Makaska Parkway, and Lake Harriet within the Chain of Lakes Regional Park, Wyndham Park Northeast, and Van Cleve Park.
Lovely, thank you so much. This item, should it be approved out of committee this evening, will be going before the full board because artists have asked for more time to get that done while we have pleasant summer weather. Does anyone have any questions on this particular item? Commissioner Menz.
I do actually have a question, and it relates to what we were just presented with around the community engagement. I'm wondering what was the level of community, or where does it fall on that continuum of like partner, whatever with the slide that was just up there, the different choices?
So we have with us this evening Senior Planner Carrie Christensen. Carrie, are you able to respond to that question?
Thank you, Chair Musich, Commissioner Mentz. We did submit a community engagement plan for this a couple of months ago, along with a public art notification. And my recollection is that it was so not inform, but consult level of community engagement. Because this project is largely a representation of the work done during the master plan, the comprehensive planning process, it's really a reflection back to community, to staff about the promises we're making in Parks for All. It's a sort of a community engagement light scenario. So typically with a mural, if we're developing a concept and content within that mural design or public art process, there might be deeper community engagement involved in that. But in this case, it's really an artist representation of our 9 goals in the comprehensive plan that were vetted extensively through lots and lots of engagement over several years.
Can you answer one more question for me, Director Christensen? Is at Boom Island Park specifically, so I know that there's been a lot of discussion around the sculpture that's there. Was there consideration of a mural that was explanatory to the, and for those of you who don't know, that there is a sculpture at Boom Island Park that is not necessarily friendly towards the indigenous community and has been identified as a place where it might be a little bit of an insult to the indigenous community. And there had been talks about some sort of art that explained or changed that. Was there any discussion around that, or did that come up in the engagement?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Mentz, that because we hired and put out the call for artists with the specific intention of representing the 9 goals of the comprehensive plan and Parks for All, the content of those murals, as well as the pairings of locations to parks, so mural, theme, artist, and park were all sort of paired by a selection committee when the artist was offered the position. I will say we had over 150 artists apply, 9 were selected. It was an incredibly competitive process, just as a side note.
Okay.
And that particular theme, I would say, would be in a different sort of project category,
Okay.
Reinterpreting our park memorial collection. Certainly would line up in the same kind of category in our comprehensive plan. There's a strategy in Goal 1, I think it's Strategy 27, that supports both of those initiatives, but I would consider that a separate something. Adam,
Thank you.
something to add?
That's really helpful, Carrie.
President Pro Tem Smith, Commissioner Menz, I just would add that the Pioneer statue in B.F. Nelson Park is currently the subject of an exploration being partly led by the neighborhood organization with some outside grant funding. Colleen Odell, Senior Planner Colleen Odell, is engaged in that effort,
Okay.
and they are working to figure out how to reinterpret that memorial. So that's kind of a separate initiative, but it is underway.
Great. Thank you so much for your work on this. I'm really excited to see more of these murals. I know that they've been a real benefit to the Northeast community, the ones that have already gone up. So thank you.
Not seeing any other lights. Ms. Christensen, if you wouldn't mind reapproaching the dais. So my understanding, and I just would like to verify this with you, is that these locations are locations that have regularly been targeted by people putting up graffiti that is not wanted and being reported and asked to be removed by community. Are we hopeful that putting art here is going to not have that happening any longer? And what's the plan for ensuring that the murals are touched up should they be defaced in some way?
Chair Musich, thank you for the question. To begin with, yes, the sites were selected in collaboration with the paint shop, who regularly is responding to graffiti mitigation, and they spend a lot of time and a lot of effort and staff time and resources on vandalism mitigation efforts. I think we calculated about $130,000 a year is spent between supplies and labor. And so the idea of putting murals in these frequently either tagged or vandalized sites actually rose up like through the paint shop, and actually there's a lot of literature. If folks are interested, I'm happy to share research that's been done about this as a really effective way to mitigate vandalism. By bringing other artists to represent their work on a surface can really deter vandals and people from tagging or really impacting or damaging park property. So that's one piece of it. And then in terms of maintenance, we've been working very closely with the paint shop on this, and the maintenance agreement that's before you tonight is really the point of approval and what we're here to run by you. And it's one of the first times that we're actually going to be owning the artwork. So it's a little bit of a different scenario than typical with our public art projects, where we'll have a sponsor own the artwork and be responsible for maintenance. In this case, this will be our piece, and we will be maintaining it, with the exception of if there is 50% or more of the surface is damaged and we want it to be replaced, we can then hire the artist. So we can choose to hire the artist if we'd like to reinstall that mural, or we can take it down. And so it's really up to the park board, and that's built into the maintenance agreement that's before you tonight.
Wonderful. And then the last question I have for you is, should this prove to be an effective deterrent for vandalism in these locations? I would assume they're not the only locations in the system where we feel like something like this might be effective. Will we be seeing more agreements like this in the future coming forward to allow us to implement similar mural deterrents in other locations within the system?
Thank you, Chair Musich. We do have a map, and as part of the board action agenda packet tonight, there is a link to a website that has a map of all of the locations that have been identified in this sort of interim, or this initial push. And I think we're at close to 20 sites across the system that are on our wish list. So certainly, if this goes well and there's appetite, I will say asset management is bringing funding to this, and that's another really exciting thing to see, that we're bringing funding to public art in a really meaningful, hopefully very functional way in our system.
Great, thank you. Before we wrap up this committee, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone in the system that got outside of your comfort zone and broke down some of those barriers between the siloing that tends to occur across the system. It's really lovely to see planning and operations working together on something to address challenges that we both have in terms of both taking care of an asset and also beautifying the system through the way that people are asking us to do through our planning processes. So thank you all for working together to find a solution here. It's lovely.
Thank you, Chair Musich. I do want to give a shout out to Mozu Ray, who's been a really fabulous collaborator on this, and he'd be here tonight, but it's the busy season. So shout out to our paint shop foreman, definitely.
Yeah, way to think outside the box. Super appreciate that. All right, so with no other lights on, I am going to take a vote on Resolution 2023-105. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? That motion carries, and with that, I declare the Operations and Environment Committee adjourned.
Are we doing all of it? Okay, let's go. The time being 9:27 in the PM. We are going to be convening the Administration and Finance Committee. Can the Secretary please call the roll?
President Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
I'm still here.
Co-Chair Schaefer.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I get someone to move the agenda?
moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Can someone move the minutes for me?
I'll move the minutes from May 10th, 2023.
Thank you. All those in favor of the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That carries. We have some interesting items tonight, kind of fun. Hopefully we can get through them quickly. Would someone like to move the first resolution of the evening?
I'll move Resolution 2023-96. It's a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement with Keith and Barbara Ruddick for the acquisition of 1699 West 34th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota, located adjacent to Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park for $1,250,000 and other considerations.
And would we like a presentation on this? I know it's getting late, but it is actually quite a remarkable thing that we get to do here.
Chair Thompson, I can give a presentation and I can try to make it fairly quick.
Thank you so much.
It'll be more one slide, but no animations. Okay. So just to give an orientation where this is on the east side of Bedema-Casca, and it's actually located right at the end of 34th Street West. This is the house that was there. It was subject to a fire that basically, it's a catastrophic fire that essentially eliminated the house. It still stands ready for demolition, but the owners quickly determined that they could not repair it and were moving on. So this is the opportunity. It's a small site that overlooks Bedema-Casca. I've been out there a couple of times. It's an amazing view over the lake, and it actually is situated along the Loon Lake trolley path, which is kind of a little known but well-used path in the neighborhood. I noted already the structure's not repairable. The demolition's planned. We had an appraisal accomplished with a value of $1.25 million. We have started the process of engaging survey environmental review, pending review by the review of the purchase agreement by the Board of Commissioners. This is the master plan that was accomplished as part of the Southwest Service Area Master Plan. As we have done with some of our master plans, service area master plans, we looked at regional things that could be accomplished at the same time because we were working so closely with the neighborhood. So this identifies the parcel and the Loon Lake trolley path as an expansion of the Chain of Lakes Regional Park, basically perpetuating the soft surface trail connection between essentially 36th of that area up to 34th, creating a couple overlooks and a natural play area at the subject site. I'm not going to go through all of these, but the purchase agreement has several points to it, the sale price being one significant piece of it. But as you scroll down here, we're also suggesting that a point of contingency is that the property has to be amended by the Metropolitan Council in the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park. And we do that so that we can acquire funding to help in part acquire it. And so we have to get funding to support that, as that's one of our conditions. And then improvements to the property, the house, there's a garage, there's some pavements that have to be demolished by the seller, utilities turned off, and all of those kind of things. Funding would come from the Metropolitan Council. If it's amended into the regional park, it would be eligible to have 75% of the acquisition price covered. The rest of it will be covered through a variety of sources, including potentially philanthropy, and President Forney and I have talked about that for several weeks as we've been moving through this. We have a contingency period that runs until August 31st. That's time sufficient to move through the Metropolitan Council processes of both amending the master plan and acquiring the funds we need. And then the purchase agreement identifies that we will have to close within 20 days after the contingencies have been satisfied. And I'll stand for questions.
Excellent. Anybody have any questions on the committee or beyond?
I just have one quick question. This would be put in the queue for undeveloped parks. Is that correct? For funding?
So this
or
is
it really would be a separate
bucket? This is in a regional park. So we would probably want to influence some improvements, and the undeveloped parks fall under the neighborhood park
Gotcha,
plan.
I'm sorry, yeah.
So the improvements that we would do here would probably be things like a paved area with some tables and chair, benches initially, just to make the place occupiable before we actually get funding to build something more permanent.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. In our land policy, we talked about acquisition really moving quickly and identifying that in the land policy. And I think this is an example of where staff really implemented that. And I can't believe how quickly this has happened. And I want to say thank you to President Forney as well.
Thank you, Co-Chair Schaefer. President Forney, I see your light is on.
Thank you, Co-Chair
Your
Thompson.
microphone.
I think your mic is off.
It's on. It's on.
Sorry.
This quote-unquote opportunity came as a result of, I guess I need to be full disclosure, two good friends of mine, Barbara and Keith, in a catastrophic fire where they lost everything. I'm just so grateful that first of all, they came out without their lives, and that they are considering this. I mean, who would have ever imagined that this property would become available? I've lived within a few houses of this particular property. I've walked that path many a times. I've also sat on the patio at many parties. It is an amazing view. I encourage all of you to go to it. This community, East Bedane-McCoska, does not have a neighborhood park, and so that's why the significance of it is so profound. So I'm grateful if this moves through. It's going to be a huge addition to the community, and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder has spoken to the livability, is that right? What is it called?
The East Bedane-McCoska Community and Livability Committee, I think it's called.
Great enthusiasm. The community has been aware of this going on, and there is a tremendous amount of support. So closing the gap of the 25%, I'm optimistic about, and just very excited, and hopefully this will pass through committee. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, the structure around how this happened. Seeing no other lights, why don't we take this for a vote? All those in favor of Resolution 2023-96, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Would someone like to move our next resolution of the evening?
We'll move Resolution 2023-90. It's a resolution approving the construction cooperative agreement between Hennepin County and the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board for a segment of the East Bank Trail on Main Street between First Avenue Northeast and Hennepin Avenue Northeast, a part of the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park, and further amending the 2023 capital improvement program to allocate $199,958. Couldn't do that quite as fast as the rest of it. From the Nicollet Island East Bank neighborhood portion of the Dipple-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund to complete the proposed project.
I appreciate it. Any questions or comments, or would people like a presentation on this, or should we just accept it as we go? I'm not seeing any lights, so I'm going to take this to a vote. All those in favor of 2023-90, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Next resolution. Whose name?
Oh, Billy's got it.
I got this one. Resolution 2023-104, resolution granting temporary construction easements to Hennepin County for a segment of the East Bank Trail as part of a construction cooperative agreement with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board on Main Street between First Avenue Northeast and Hennepin Avenue Northeast, located within the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
Yes, Co-Chair
I do have a
Schaefer.
couple of questions for whoever is
Please.
available to ask them around the easements. Is there any use of this easement that you know of, Ms. Downey, around just the construction of the trail? Because in the document, it said length of time 200 days.
This one? Sorry, Co-Chair Schaefer, just one moment. Sorry.
And then I'm wondering, I'm just kind of saying my questions to get them out there for time's sake. And then last week, in our updated land policy, we talked about detailing the way that we calculate easement fees. And in the document, I could find the square feet and I could find the length of time, 200 days. But I could not find the calculations around land value in that area. And, going forward with our easements, we want to try to detail publicly, if we're waiving fees or giving these easements, what are the trade-offs that we're giving? And so I'm just wondering if that was detailed somewhere that I missed, or?
Co-Chair Schaefer, in this instance, the 200
days?
The 200 days is actually shorter than what typically would be a temporary construction easement that we would actually present to the board. It's my understanding that the county needed that for control of the site for their funding. It would typically be something normally handled under a permit, a construction permit. And that actually, as this is part of the construction, the cooperative one you passed just prior to this particular item. And in the resolution language, part of the reason why we asked that the fee be waived and it wasn't calculated in this instance is that this is actually to benefit MPRBs. So it's not actually benefiting the work of Hennepin County, it's actually benefiting MPRBs work they're doing for us. So Carrie can probably explain a little bit further regarding that, but that was the reason why that wasn't actually done in this case. And as I said, it was actually shorter than we would typically present to the board for a temporary easement for construction purposes.
Right. I just want to make sure that we're going to have trail access there except for the building of the trail and not storage of equipment for the whole project, because the whole project is like 6 or 7 blocks down First Avenue and Hennepin.
And my apologies, Co-Chair Schaefer. I believe we had actually got an email regarding that, and I didn't know if that information actually was passed on to you earlier today. That was actually my cell phone. Hennepin County did provide us with that information. If you could just give me 1 second.
Sure.
I actually have Josh Palmer, and he can explain it to you. So it's with Hennepin County.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Co-Chair Schaefer and Commissioners. So related to the 200 days, so the intention is we expect it'll probably take approximately 60 days to construct that trail, but then the length of 200 days is there just to allow for timing to restore any grass disturbance, et cetera, that's adjacent to that trail, knowing that we've had some dry summers. Sometimes it takes some additional time to restore that turf around it. And so it's really there for that. One thing I'll note as well is we are requiring in our contract language that the contractor shall not use these temporary easement areas as staging, except as needed for the trail construction itself.
Okay, that's very helpful. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And I guess as far as the easement calculation, that's something we can discuss later, but I think it would be helpful, even to our benefit, to have a standard part maybe in the resolution that would detail all that information. That's just a regular check through. You get an easement, these are the calculations, this is what is happening on that site, whether it's to our benefit or not. That's just 2 cents.
Commissioner Men.
Thank you. Can I reiterate that like it's helpful to know what we're giving up, even if it's to our benefit. Like it's helpful to know that value. That's just my 2 cents as well. So the trail won't be blocked off so we shouldn't see equipment there longer than 60 days. But they have controlled the site for 200 days.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Certainly, Commissioner Mentz, yeah. So, the intention is certainly to get that trail open and for usage, and as noted, not allow the contractor to stage equipment or materials or as such. Really, our intention is not to be there 200 days, but, sometimes it's getting that grass to grow back, especially if it's a dry summer. As we all know, it's been dry the last couple of summers, unfortunately, just with the way our climate's going. So that we have language in the contract that the contractor has to establish that grass back and have 70% or greater of grass growing again. So that allows.
So there
for
might be
us to-
fencing there to keep people off of that grass area, because that's what's currently happening at Father Hennepin. So, they're very close to each other, so people are gonna see that again, and they're gonna wonder. So I just want to have an answer.
Yeah, certainly, Commissioner Men. So yeah, typically we actually don't put up fencing unless we find that people are walking over that area or preventing that grass from establishing. Then, of course, we would work with MPRB staff further on figuring out next steps in terms of how we can protect that area, so therefore that grass can regrow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other lights, I think perhaps we'll take this for a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-104, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Someone like to move our next resolution?
I'll move Resolution 2023-106. It's a resolution approving parking lease agreement with Aki Calhoun LLC for the parking lot at Lakeside Executive Center, part of which is located in Bedeh-Makaska Park as part of the Minneapolis Chain of Lakes Regional Park.
Excellent. Does anyone have any questions or would like to see? Yes, President Forney.
Thank you, Co-Chair Thompson. I just have one concern, and that is how this might impact the sailing school, being this is a 10-year agreement, and basically any rerouting of the roadway. I mean, in the master planning, it was intended that we would reroute and we would do a stronger connection over to Southwest LRT. So I just want to make sure, that this isn't going to have some implications down the road for the Sealand School to move.
I don't know that I have, but I do have something in the presentation that might help. So let's see.
If you just scroll to here.
That's one okay. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that's perfect. Chair Thompson and Commissioners, so this depicts the property that's owned by Ackerberg for the Lakeside Executive Center. And the location of the sailing school is, in the master plan, is demonstrated kind of to the southwest of here. So there would be ostensibly plenty of room to accommodate a roadway relocation and the relocation of the sailing school. Commissioner Abeni noted that as we move into that area, the low portion of which kind of lies to the west of the parking lot, southwest of the parking lot, we do have some concerns about geotechnical conditions in that area that we'll have to be paying attention to. That was originally a part of the lake. So we have some work to do there to accommodate this, but there would be sufficient room to accommodate the sailing school. Part of this is that as the sailing school is developing their plans, we'll be developing a plan for the roadway at the same time, because there is no definitive size for the sailing school at this point. But we wouldn't move it to the point where we'd be moving the roadway outside of the property boundaries of the parkland.
Thank you.
Yes, Co-Chair Schaefer.
Just one comment that came up as a thought. With the reopening of the pavilion, I'm not sure, as far as I know, I don't think we charge for parking on any portion of this lot. If there was any opportunity to have some fee income in that area, is there any opportunity?
Chair Thompson and Co-Chair Schaefer, we can bring that up with visitor services, but I think it's difficult because it's co-managed, it's co-used by both of us, and they have access to the entirety of the parking area at certain times. We have access to just about the entirety of the parking area at other times. So it would probably be difficult to manage, and I don't think that Ackerberg would want to implement a pay parking situation here. It's probably part of the attractiveness of the site is that it's relatively convenient with free parking compared to having some of their tenants who would have choices of moving places where they would have free parking.
Thank you, that's helpful. It's a good place for boats with trailers too, trucks with trailers.
President Forney, did you have another question?
Oh, no, I
comment?
apologize.
Oh, fine. Seeing no other lights, let's take this for a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2023-106, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
I'll move
One
Resolution
more.
2023-109. It's a resolution approving donation agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and City of Skate regarding a decorative railing panel for skate park portion of the Phase 1 improvements at a project at Painter Park, a portion of the Southwest Service Area in Minneapolis.
Excellent. Does anyone have any questions and/or comments? Seeing no lights, I will ask if we would like to take a vote. Let's take a vote on Resolution 20. Nope, we're having a presentation.
Chair Thompson, this isn't a presentation. I just want you to ask Andy a few really hard questions.
Okay. Because you've been here all night waiting.
Yeah, the rest of us could leave, but Andy would have to stay. After years of trying to advance things like skate parks at Painter Park or other places, Andy's leaving us tonight. Is his last official day here.
What?
To be joining the Corps of Engineers of all things. I shouldn't say that. This is but if you had one really hard question, it'd be really great for us.
Well, then by all means, Commissioner Menz, would you like to ask said question?
I would like to ask, yes, Andy a question. I have a great question for Andy.
Andy.
Andy, I did actually meet with folks from the city of Skate, and they speak so highly of you in the park planning department. And I think, is this one of the only, like, formal agreements we've made with city of Skate around fundraising?
Yeah.
Well, I might have others maybe weigh in on that, but in terms of a specific project donation, I think this is one of the first. I know they're working on the 28th Street lot area as well, but whether or not there's been an action that's been brought forward, but this is kind of the first for like a donation of a specific element and on this project. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to I'll just let you know that I talk with those folks frequently, and they did specifically mention you, and that it is a loss to the skateboarding community to not have your influence within our organization, and I think that everybody is really grateful for what you've done to help push forward skateboarding in the park system, and hopefully that we can take that work to the next level in the future. So thank you for your service.
Co-Chair Thompson and Commissioner Menz and board, thank you for your comments. So.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, wow. On that note, should we take a vote? Resolution 2023-109. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. And with that, I will adjourn at 9:50 p.m. the Administration and Finance Committee.
All right, at 9:50 p.m., I would like to call the full board back in order. Operations. No.
On behalf of the Operations and Environment Committee, I would like to move
Just kidding.
Resolution 2023-105. It's a resolution approving maintenance agreements for 5 murals as part of the Parks for All Vandalism Mitigation Mural Project at Bloom Island within Central Riverfront Regional Park, Minneapolis Parkway, and Lake Harriet within the Chain of Lakes Regional Park, Wyndham Park Northeast, and Van Cleve Park. Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that carries. Moving right along, I think we're at petitions and communications. We're going to start with Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, and not much, just kind of putting, an underline on just the wonderful, amazing historic session we had. We're not the only ones that are getting a bunch of funding. We're talking about other kind of societal issues and transit and things like that. There's so much going on. Our state is really going to be doing a lot of great things. So just we did great.
Awesome. Thank you. Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. I'm going to do my outside boards because I wasn't here for that part. So I attended 2 meetings this week. One was the audit committee, and really we're kind of just still kind of getting going with the new structure. So this was the brand new, new members were sworn in. There are now 4 citizen members, 2 council members, and a park board commissioner. And we adopted some charter changes, and that's it. But I expect we're going to get into the project work coming up now very soon. And then today I was at a Board of Estimate and Taxation meeting, and there were some shifty characters that attended, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and Superintendent Bangora. But I was actually pretty happy to see them out in the chairs, and it was they were presenting on the NPP 20 annual report, and it was very well received. That really kills at the BET, I'll tell you that. The other thing is we did actually start to authorize, some bonding for projects that have been approved up through the 2023 budget. And it was an interesting discussion. It's all available now online. That's a broadcast meeting, so I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I will just say, all of us have our sort of interdisciplinary things that we bring to the table, and I know that you guys know one of mine is being a teacher and being a coach. And tonight wrapped up our wistful South High softball season, along with Southwest and Washburn and Edison and Roosevelt and Henry North Co-op finished in a different section. But I'm going to be bringing forward stuff and hope to have a good discussion around our dedication to softball in the city and fast pitch specifically. And so it was just really lovely park space that we were all tonight, and it's really a deep community feeling, actually, just have so many people who robustly use our parks. I mean, we're all in Edina tonight because we don't have the fields, and I'm not throwing shade right now, but it's a really beautiful space to have a bunch of Minneapolis people who love our parks, who love our schools and our kids, and all just be there. I just wanted to kind of give a shout out for that, so thanks.
Pass. Twin. Commissioner Menz.
I had a lot, but it's just so late. So I did want to just thank the staff. I mean, I've been out in the parks and just working on the fields, and people are so responsive. And I just think that the people who work for our parks do so because they love it. Mm-hmm. And I want people to really understand that I am so grateful for the people who work in our park system and what they do to help support kids. And that sometimes my frustration, and I want to apologize to staff for my behavior in last meeting and my frustration, because I was not frustrated with individuals or staff. But I do think that there are some processes that we need to work on together. So thank you for your work, and thank you to Commissioner Thompson for being a coach, and to all those coaches who are out there on those fields every day right now. Thanks.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you also to staff for all their hard work, and particularly Council Rice. I hope you get some time to rest, and your team. But it's really pretty special for us to hear you say this is one of the best sessions you've ever seen and some of the biggest money we've seen for a long time. And so, yeah, I think
I think thank everyone. I mean, Pamela, Frankie, Commissioner Olson, the chairs, Commissioner Denny. It really was a team. The staff for coming up to the idea that it's Mr. Arvidsson, Mr. Schroeder.
Yeah. Well,
Drinks
thank you.
on him tonight.
And I just want to say thank you also to all the volunteers at this season that are going out into the parks, and it's inspiring to see all the pictures from Sherry's, Facebook page, etc., for all the hard work.
Forney.
I don't think that we've mentioned Doors Open and the phenomenal traffic that went through the superintendent's house. It was quite exciting to see the awe, that people had at the house and the history that's behind there. So David Smith was there, 3 former superintendents, offsprings, whatever. Anyway, we're also there. So it was pretty exciting. Anyway, I was pleased to be able to be a part of the hosting of that. Being that last week was just a retreat and we didn't have any P's and C's, I didn't get to acknowledge. Happy birthday belated to Commissioner Musich. Thanks.
All right. I want to echo Commissioner Menz in terms of just the great appreciation for the staff and the coaches. As usual, my kids are active in the park, and we are at Bryant Square, which is my first time experiencing this park. And he's playing flag football. My oldest is playing flag football. So super excited about that. Super thankful for the 2 volunteer coaches that we have, a couple of young coaches who are amazing with a group of boys that are interesting 14-year-olds. So yeah, I'll just say that. But a huge shout out to the staff that keep these spaces welcoming and keep folks engaged on every level. The parks are truly intergenerational spaces that we have and continue to be kind of the heartbeat of our city. And so I'm super thankful for that. And huge shout out to Council Rice, or Lobbyist Rice, and the team for all their work, and my fellow commissioners. What a great historic year. So on that note, thank you, everybody. The meeting is
Adjourned.
Adjourned.
Before 10 o'clock.
I was trying.
I was like, what?
It's a long pause.